Oh, they built it upside down. This is a faulty one. It's upside down. Hold on. I've had an idea. There we go. Oh my God. Oh my bloody God. Someone clip this. It was 1982, I think. Yeah, okay, yeah, you're right. Original Blade Runner came out in 82. So I was thinking that Harrison Ford was working on he was doing Blade Runner. They were filming Blade Runner in between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, weren't they? Like, I just worked that out. You're 90% sure of it. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna build this separate. Oh! Right, you can't lift it from there. That's for sure. Oh, yeah. I just did that. Right, here we go. Oh, that was bloody rubbish. Lego. That was the Lego, not mine. Okay. Thanks everybody. Hope you're all really well on this beautiful Sunday. The storm has finally. Thing is, it's getting right on my tits. Where's the follower thing? Goals, isn't it? It's goals, and also it's totally out of date. I need to sort that out. I'm just gonna put this here.
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah.
I don't know why, but I'm looking taller. It's because I'm a bit higher up, aren't I?
I'm on the little chair, yeah.
So that actually does make sense. If I just put it up there, it does make sense. You're mostly new. Good. This is gonna work. This is gonna work. We got Undead here. Hello. Yeah, bye, Tove. Yeah, you're very welcome. It's a disaster. It's an absolute disaster, this stream. This stream is the worst stream I've ever done. I just spilled Lego all over the floor. It's everywhere. I'm not even going to look at it. I'm just going to pretend it didn't happen. I can feel it under my feet. I don't care. And also, maybe I'll get something wrong and, then you can try and correct me and then I'll block you. Okay, we're live and my camera's terrible. Let's put that in my position. I have the wonderful typewriter monkey. Hello, say something.
Hello.
Yes, we got sound.
Yes, that's me. Hi.
Awesome, we got sound. I just wasn't sure. It's
Yeah.
Welcome everyone Welcome to Transbricks, everybody. Are you using your good mic?
Hello?
Are you using your good mic or your bad mic?
I am using my good mic. This is my good mic.
Oh, your good mic's working.
This is the one.
Right, and
yeah, the one that's in the way of my face.
That's why. Sorry for the late start, everybody. We had a few issues with sound, and also thank you for the reset for Maze Venom. We just got a reset for 6 months. It's fantastic. My name is Meja. This is Johanna. Johanna. In Norwegian.
At this point in time, I tell English speakers, just call me Johan. It's okay.
Johan.
It's fine.
Well, I'm happy to call you Johanna because, and I really should make the effort because I am in your beautiful country. I'm not going to call you by an English name. That would be the height of rudeness. So I'm gonna call you Johanna. Thank you for thank you for joining us, everybody. We've got an Aurelia in the chat. I think we've got a nice Venom in the chat. They definitely resubscribed. It may be an automated message that I'm not sure. And then we've got a Moonrose VT in the chat. Hello, Moonrose. How you doing? It's nice to see you again. It's been a little while, hasn't it? How are we feeling this beautiful Sunday, Johanna? Are you...
Well, I had an incredibly exhausting week, so I'm just glad that I managed to catch up on sleep.
Sleep is important.
Yeah, I've got... I have been dealing with peer review because I do science.
Oh,
I will not elaborate on the science.
Yes, peer
I
review.
have been There's been some stressful stuff going on at home, which I will also not elaborate on. I had a Tumblr shitpost go explosively popular, which was really
well
fun
done.
and bizarre. So that was fun.
How many likes
And,
or whatever? Because I'm not on Tumblr actually, so I don't really know much about it.
On Tumblr, they call them notes.
Notes, right?
Yeah. We're in the right under 200,000 area now.
That's pretty good
for the totality of this.
That sounds pretty
absolutely
good to me.
Ridiculously silly project.
Well, should we have a? Is it okay if we share that? That's a thought. I forgot my iPad. Oh, you had forgotten something.
I mean, I think you've seen it. It's the little Twitter post I did about pills that make you green. And,
yeah, okay, I have seen that. Yeah. Okay, it's the same thing. Yeah. And you just reposted it on Tumblr.
Twitter sort of didn't care about it after the first one, but Tumblr just went with it. They were like, "Tell us more. Tell us more. Are there pills that make you blue?"
They're fascinated by the premise.
What is this unwanted purple syndrome thing you were talking about? Are there people who want to be purple too? What's going on?
It's like it's a metaphor, I guess. Is it? I don't know. Or am I misunderstanding it? Thank you.
Well, okay, so it's obviously a metaphor, but I made everyone extra confused by doing this one little comic where the green stick figure person is sitting in their chair going, like, many people have asked if this is a metaphor for the transgender experience. Allow me to clarify. In my world, the things you call gender and sex do not exist. We reproduce by mitosis. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Just throwing oil into the fire.
And then I just stayed committed to this bit and made the lore even more ridiculous because I cannot resist making the lore more ridiculous.
Because you're evil and you enjoy just creating chaos.
Well, no, because this is incredibly funny to me. It's incredibly funny to me when a little stick figure shitpost has corpo-fascist world-building lore where, like, Australia has sunk into the ocean. There's a guy named Immortal Jeff. Yeah, who is just a shitty MS Paint drawing of Immortan Joe from Mad Max Fury Road, of course.
I so kind of figured that, yeah. I like it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so, and then Tumblr really enjoys this kind of thing, so Tumblr has suddenly become the main platform I'm active on, I guess.
Well, you know, if people are enjoying it and you get huge amounts of kind of interaction and stuff like that, then it's really good to make the most of that, isn't it? No matter what the platform.
Yeah, I'm having fun.
I mean, Tumblr
clearly someone else is having fun.
Yeah, clearly. Tumblr went through a funny period where it was very popular, wasn't it? And then they removed all not safe for work material. Like, you weren't allowed to post any of that on it anymore. And I think that was a huge thing that a lot of people in that community used Tumblr for. And so it looked like the end of Tumblr. It looked like a terrible idea, but people obviously are still using it, and it's still quite a popular platform. Yeah. I'm not sure. Like, I would quite like to see the graph of what happened with users and accounts after that decision, because it did send ripples through the internet.
And they ejected all the people who were just there for porn.
Yeah.
And they sent them to Twitter.
Yeah, they sent them to Twitter.
And now Twitter, I mean, is Twitter. So
Twitter's Twitter, for better or for worse. Mostly for worse.
I just realized I forgot to turn on the light in this room, so I'm just going to do that so I don't have the sun washing me out, making me look even more vampiric than I actually am.
You are a vampire. That's a good look, though. I mean, I like it's a strong look. If it's one that you've actually decided to do, it's great. Hello, everybody. Hello to Wildcard. Good afternoon to you. Moonrise is doing okay, but you haven't slept. Sorry to hear that, Moonrise. Very important to get sleep, isn't it? I know how you feel. Some days, some nights...
I'm wearing those shorts on purpose, by the way. That was not accidental.
I didn't get a proper look. I was watching chat. Go on, show us your shorts again. Let's see your shorts.
Sure. Wait, this is...
That's your top. Oh, they're good shorts. Yeah, those are good shorts. I like those shorts. They're like those are, what are they called? What are those shorts called? They're like 80s.
I have no idea.
They're like 80s.
They're called they're called those anime shorts that people are really into for some reason.
Those anime shorts. I think they are, aren't they? They are good shorts actually, and I don't have a pair of those. I should get myself some of those.
They are really comfortable.
I'm
enjoying it.
That. Why is that? That thing keeps popping up, and I'm sorry, it keeps popping up over you. I'm not sure there's anything I can do. It's on the other one. Guest. Yeah. I'm gonna move you up. Hold on. It's kind of so that it doesn't go over you. Guest. 1 second. I'm just messing around a bit. It's gone. There you go. Cool, that's better. Yeah, so you'll have to forgive me. I'm a little bit tired, perhaps even hungover, dare I say. Had a really good night out last night as part of the Oslo Pride events. Did lots of dancing, imbibed lots.
Yeah, Oslo Pride is now.
It's Oslo Pride. Yeah, it's like a week of Pride, like the main week, and there's loads of things on. It's great. So I was at Salt. Down by the water last night, dancing my little shoes off, and also other things. I won a karaoke competition. That was fun, and various other things. It was a very cool event. So yeah, but I'm feeling a little bit worse for wear today. That's a very loud keyboard you've got.
I'll mute myself when I'm typing.
It's the loudest thing I've ever heard. It's a mechanical keyboard, isn't it?
Of course.
Yes, of course it is. Yeah, so sorry you haven't slept, Mimnose. I hope you're feeling better soon. Ace Venom's here. You are here. And we've also got Bill in the chat. Tasviningtons to you too. Ace Venom says they want to turn blue. Can you help them with that, Johanna, you think?
No, I can't really help with that. I'm only showing people these pills that they can't access in real life.
You can show them the way, but it's up to them to take the step.
If they were to actually want to get pills that turn you blue, they would have to go to the weird little stick figure doctor who prescribes them.
And the waiting lists are ridiculous.
And that little stick figure doctor would have to give them the warning. You do realize that if you take the pills that turn you blue, you will actually turn blue.
You will turn blue.
Yes.
This is something you consent.
This is the effect of the medication.
Yeah. And then some people will come back and say, well, look, even I know you said that I was going to turn blue for taking the pills, and I did turn blue, but I didn't realize that I actually would turn blue. They'll try and use that as some kind of grift for internet celebrity.
Oh, you're being silly, are you? You're being silly about my shit post about pills that make you turn into a very strong color.
Yeah.
I could never have anticipated this.
I don't know, it just feels so familiar. There's something very familiar about that whole scenario. I don't know what it is.
I know, right?
I
wonder.
Yeah.
I wonder what's going on there.
Oh, I just ran over my own toe with my chair. Ow. That was the stupidest thing I've done in a while.
Yeah, hurting your toe is...
Ow. No, that really hurt. I just ran over my own toe. I would have probably made more of that if I wasn't on stream, to be honest with you. I'm trying to keep it together. I am building Lego as well, by the way. Do you want to see what I've got?
Yes, show the bricks.
Show the bricks.
Let us see the bricks.
Let me show you my bricks. here's my table. Here's the contents of my desk. I'm just building a separate little thing right now, but my tree house that I'm working on.
The treehouse.
It's very cool. It's quite heavy. So this is the tree house. This is the Lego tree house that I've been working on.
Ooh,
So it's starting to
that
really
is
come
the Lego
together.
treehouse.
Yeah, I think I might be able to finish it today, as long as I don't drop it.
The treehouse set is legendary one as far as I'm aware.
Legendary! Wow, I didn't realize it had the legendary status.
As in, people really love it. As far as I'm aware.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty good. It's disclaimer is that it's not actually mine. It's my flatmate Aurelia's. She was the one who purchased this, but it's pretty. I think it's going to be pretty good. It's going to be a nice display piece. We're going to put it up on the shelves somewhere. Not sure. Well, we do have a little bit of shelf space, so hopefully we'll find somewhere for it. Oh, what happened then? But I'm just trying
Yeah, because I just know it's one of the sets that people actually like talk about this. Oh, this is a good set.
Yeah, you're looking
This
at
is
it
a
now, yeah?
really good set. Yeah.
It's pretty good.
I'm actually I looked it up online to see what the price range for it is, and I'm thinking like,
Is it still available to buy from shops? Retail?
well, I found it just now, so
Yeah.
clearly it is.
And it's in stock, yeah?
It is in stock where I'm looking at it, yeah.
Okay, cool. So,
It's
yeah,
even in stock at a pretty reasonable price.
how much is it?
2,198 Norwegian.
Okay. So,
It's,
well, about $200, I guess that, isn't it? We tried
roughly.
to convert to dollars because we have a multinational, international audience of Lego fans. So we tried to
Understandable.
keep everything.
Understandable.
We have to make concessions to them.
Yeah, yeah.
Happy Midsummer's Eve, says Ace Venom. Did you know it's Midsummer's Eve? Is it Midsummer's Eve? Today?
Well, I guess it is.
I guess it is.
For me, that's always been one of those holidays that just sort of roll around, and people are saying that that's what it is, and I just go, all right, cool, sure,
That's what it is.
why not? Yeah, I'll go watch you burn something. Why not? Let's go. Let's have some food.
So that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to make a big bonfire, aren't you?
Yeah,
I think.
that's what happens or that's what happens. Big bonfire, and people sit there and watch the bonfire like that's a really big fire.
I
Don't see a lot of those very often. This is fun.
I do quite like the vibe, to be honest. It is quite nice to sit around a big fire eating hot dogs and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, you really start. Sorry, my throat is a bit sore.
It's okay.
You really start noticing like just how intense a really big fire can be.
Yeah, like
when
a really
when
big
you're sitting
one.
next to one and
Yeah.
it's like, oh wow, it's actually the hot air is just coming at you. You know.
Yeah, it really gives you an impression of the ferocity and the power of fire, doesn't it? It's like it's not something that you want to play around with. When it gets to that kind of scale, it's kind of scary, but also
I've always had a respect for fire.
I think that's a very healthy respect. Yes, it's a good thing to do. And to respect nature generally, I think is a good idea. I remember, when I hike mountains and things like that, I always, it's always a really good idea to check the weather, and to know when it's time to just quit and say, actually, you know what, I'm going to go back because this is now not safe. I've done that a fair few times. It's always a bit disappointing, but it's important to be able to make that kind of decision and live to tell another day, because ultimately it's not worth it. The consequences for getting it wrong far outweigh the disappointment that you might have for not making the journey.
Yeah. I mean, my family or both my parents actually work in like safety engineering sort of stuff.
Oh, okay.
And my dad writes simulation software that simulates fires on oil rigs.
Oh wow!
So,
Oh, that's so cool.
so I have a very strong idea of roughly what happens if a fire breaks out at an oil rig,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is disastrous
Well,
and horrifying.
it does sound, it's never going to be good, is it? It sounds like the bad combination of very flammable things. I think oil may be flammable, and also a limited kind of ability to escape from the situation. You can't just be like, just everyone meet up at the just outside the fire where the fire is. It's like that. So you mean jump in the water?
Time to jump in the ocean, I guess.
Time to jump in the ocean. That's where the fire is not, hopefully.
I mean, everything about oil rig fire safety basically ends up being like, make sure there isn't the fire, and make sure that if something catches fire, it's extinguished almost
like
immediately.
Yeah, and if you don't follow those basic rules, then you're on your own. Good luck. I remember there was a bunch of I don't know if there still is, but I remember that Norway went through a phase of disaster films. Do you remember? It wasn't that long ago, like 5 years ago or something. There was like a phase of disaster films. Some of them were set on like oil rigs, or where oil rigs were just all exploding. Or I can't remember because I didn't watch it. I just watched the trailer and I thought, actually, that looks all right. So Norway went through a phase of disaster films where there was like earthquakes and tidal waves and all these kind of things, and oil rigs were getting blown up. And did you catch any of that?
And all of them had, every single one had a single word title for some reason.
Yeah.
It was just like the wave.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one. Yeah.
But of course, in Norwegian grammar, we don't have the, so it was just a single word. It was just wave.
Yeah, waving. What's wave?
Yeah.
What's wave?
Bølgen.
Say it again.
Bølge.
Bølge. So it's Belgian.
Bølge.
Belgian for the
so
wave.
Bølgen.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Huh.
Or the quake. Or
that was one. Yeah, the quake was one.
Yeah.
And that's where Oslo was like destroyed, wasn't it? Like the whole Oslo was just buildings were collapsing, and it's really good. Sean Connery wasn't in it.
Yeah, I've actually not seen a single one of those.
No, me neither. But
really?
But I gotta say that the production budget, like the value, it looked kind of high value actually. It looked like they'd done a proper job from what I could see from the trailers. So I'm sort of, it is Norwegian language, but it's still like, that doesn't bother me. That might bother more of an international audience, but so it was subtitled. But still looked like a decent effort, I gotta say. I should probably check them out.
I'm generally surprised by the VFX work coming out of Norwegian movies sometimes. I mean, the tall one, like
the tall one.
It wasn't the most amazing thing ever, but it also wasn't so bad CGI that it ended up being like a distraction.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't
like,
it? Sometimes
throughout the Troll movie, I was more distracted by the writing than the effects work, which
I wasn't bothered about the troll stuff.
If the writing is worse than the effects work, then the effects people have done their job.
Yes, the trick is to not notice things in a film. The trick is to, like, if you actually become aware of something, it's kind of broken the fourth wall. That means it's bad. So when you're kind of watching a film and you're like, oh look, the special effects have started, then that means the special effects are bad because they're obviously special effects. Whereas if you're watching a film and you're like, oh, this is good, I'm really enjoying this, and just completely into it and not really questioning things at any point, that means that they've done a good job. They've actually kept you, immersed in the experience. Unless of course they mean to kind of take you out. If that's an actual artistic decision that they've decided to do, then that's obviously totally valid and fine. But most films, do that accidentally. The last good film.
Let's be real. Most big budget studio films aren't self-aware enough to do something like deliberate bad special effects to take you out of things.
Deliberate bad special. I mean, so I don't know, because So I remember Barbie. That was kind of a funny one because the effects were great, but they were also like the whole thing was very fake, and so it didn't look realistic. But also, obviously, that was a decision, and and it completely worked. It didn't take you out of film, but there are definitely ways you can do it. So, and I would sort of classify that as purposeful bad effects, you know. But it didn't mean that they were bad, as in, you know, they didn't mean to do it, and if only they could have upped the budget, it might have worked. It was definitely an artistic decision. So I think it's kind of possible, but absolutely most films will not do that. No question about it.
Yeah, because I feel like that kind of clever, self-aware stuff, unless it's like Marvel jokes specifically, you don't really see it happening that much in big budget studio movies, because if you try something like that, there's going to be some killjoy in like editing or some killjoy executive or whatever going, yeah, I don't get this. I don't like it.
No,
Let's
totally.
not do it at all.
Totally.
Actually, let's replace this with some product placement for the new stupid car.
Oh, you're so cynical, Johanna. You're so cynical. I'm sure that can't be possibly how it works. Surely.
Shirley.
Surely, don't call me Shirley.
Shirley.
Right, Moonrose says, I'm told I type too loudly too. Well, if you've got a really, like, I've got a Mac, and it's not possible to type loud on a Mac. It's just like, because it doesn't make a sound, really. It's, I mean, some people don't like that. Some people like to announce loudly that they're typing. It's like, I am working now. It's like, ah.
The keyboard
Yeah.
was actually a purchasing decision that was made for me by my ex.
Okay.
I will say, it is a nice keyboard in that it has customizable LEDs. It is cool that I have the trans flag on the on the main part of it, and then the lesbian flag on the numpad, and then the function keys just have a rainbow on them.
Okay, you can't just talk about it. You can't just talk and not show. This is a visual medium, and so we have to see it. We have to.
Hang on. Here it is.
Nice.
Here's the upside down keyboard.
LEDs and colors and pink and very nice.
It is a nice keyboard. It is a bit annoying that it's so clickety clacky, but it's good for what it does.
That's the main thing.
Of course, lately I never have time to play video games, so it's not really seeing much use for gaming purposes.
So would you call yourself, even though you haven't had much time to play them, would you call yourself a gamer? And if and what have you been playing most recently?
I, of course, identify as a gamer.
Yes, gamer.
It is by far the most marginalized identity that I occupy as a trans lesbian gamer.
Yeah.
As for actual games I'm playing, instead of just joking around, I have been playing a little bit of Baldur's Gate 3. Though I've been falling off that very much lately. Some RimWorld, which I got into a little bit like randomly.
Okay. Yeah. Furiously googling.
Basically, so my girlfriend's very particular about what games she wants to play, and she looks at a lot of different games. And then sometimes she finds something that makes me go, "Oh, I want to play that." And then I just take over the entire interest while she moves on.
RimWorld, okay. So it's it's a little bit like
it's like a less obtuse and inaccessible Dwarf Fortress.
Cool.
And Dwarf Fortress being, of course, one of my favorite games of all time because I'm insane.
I don't know Dwarf Fortress. I'm now googling Dwarf Fortress. Hold on, because that sounds sort of fun. Dwarf Fortress. And why do you have to be why do you have to be insane to like Dwarf Fortress? Maybe it's gonna.
Well,
okay.
Look up what Dwarf Fortress's graphics used to look like.
Now I'm starting to get it. Yeah, I'm starting to understand. Yeah. But it says, but it has evolved, hasn't it? Like it used to be very. So it used to be very 8-bit. Now it's less.
The Steam release of Dwarf Fortress.
That's what I'm looking at, actually.
Okay, if you're calling it 8-bit, then you aren't seeing the real Dwarf Fortress graphics, because the real Dwarf Fortress graphics are the ASCII graphics.
Oh, whoa, no way. Hold on. I can't. So I found it on Steam. I'm just going to type Dwarf Fortress Original, maybe. Original?
Yes. Dwarf Fortress original graphics, and then you will understand immediately.
It doesn't seem to be doing it for me unless I hold on images. Just look at images. Yeah, that looks pretty chunky. I don't know. But the thing is, it doesn't like. I'm not a great believer in the fact that graphics make a game. I think that you can have bad graphics and have a fantastic game. Like I'm not so snobby as to think that that's not a possibility. I mean, I think it's also quite nice if the graphics are good too, and the game, and it's built on top of a really good game too. But it's like it's not the be all and end all. And sometimes bad again, it's like a decision. If the graphics are sort of a bit shonky on purpose, that's actually okay. But I'm not sure that's the case here.
Yeah. So the thing about the Dwarf Fortress and its graphics situation is that Dwarf Fortress is less of like an attempt at making a game as a product and more a just a decades long exercise in programming a really obtuse simulation of like the world that's going on here.
Yeah.
And so graphics were like the lowest priority by far.
Sure.
And just using these ASCII graphics has allowed it to be infinitely complex, with the graphics as just a representation of what's going on underneath. So, like, all the dwarves have personalities that are written out in a profile that you can look up if you zoom in on the right dwarves.
No way.
Every craft that every dwarf makes has traits unique to it and descriptions. If a work of art has been made, there is a description of that work of art.
Okay.
Dwarves have feelings, preferences, interests. If combat happens, the injuries are modeled at a fucking like layers of skin level. It's absolutely deranged how much detail is going on underneath those graphics.
That's really incredible.
And because so much of it is procedurally generated, the actual act of adding proper graphics to it has been an enormous task, even with these like pixel graphics.
Yeah, sure, yeah, okay.
Because, for example, when you dig into the underground layers, you can get invaded by beast people. Mm-hmm. And the beast people are procedurally generated, so they can be snake people, they can be badger people, they can be any number of obscure species that the game prioritizes in the biome during world generation.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's sort of the fun of Dwarf Fortress.
So anyway, that's been a game that's been kind of important to you in your gaming career.
It's sort of been one of my go-to, like, now I just want to play this chill game.
Yeah,
sort of
that's
things.
cool. Yeah, I mean, I've definitely got games like that in my memory banks. Dwarf Fortress is not one of them, sadly, but I was completely addicted to Elite back in the day. I used to play. Yes. Like, the original like open world game, I guess it was, wasn't it? And it still amazes me how they managed to get so much into so little memory and capabilities. It's very clever.
Absolutely.
But yeah,
I admire old games for how much they can do with the hardware limitations of the time.
Totally. Yeah, totally. It's when you see the game and you're like, that doesn't look very good. I'm really glad that games are better now. It's like, well, hold on a second. Check out how much memory they had to work with. It's like literally 32 kilobytes or something. It's like you can't even fit a JPEG in that nowadays.
Yeah.
So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool to see how far we've come, but it's nice to also look back and understand where we've actually come from and get a kind of a good feeling from that. I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think back it's one of these things that's often cited is that the processing power in the phones that we carry around in our pockets, and it has been like this for like quite a few years now, is actually more processing power than the entire system that they had to land people on the moon back in the 60s.
And with the power of modern web development, software developers have been able to make all this hardware struggle to show you Twitter.
You sounds like you know exactly what you're talking about there. The power of modern web development. It's very simple. So because exactly, it kind of gives you an idea of where we've come, how far we've progressed. So again, back in the day when you turned on your 8-bit computer, whatever, and it made a boop boop, and it was up after like 2 seconds, then you could then literally start typing away in BASIC, some kind of flavor of BASIC, and start creating and create code, and it was really simple. And so obviously that was terrible. So nowadays it's much better, because what you have to do to start developing for the web is you need to, install, this framework, this IDE, and then you need to realize you've done it wrong, and you need to read a guide on the internet to find out what you actually should have done. And then there's a package that actually encapsulates everything in one, but then you realize it's not compatible with the framework that you actually want to use. And so it's obviously a much better situation and system for everyone.
But it's fine, because there's a compatibility fix on GitHub. You just have to clone it.
So then you learn this framework.
And install the dependencies.
Then you learn this framework, and once you're kind of quite good at it, and you understand all its limitations and all its quirks, then you find out that it's actually completely obsolete, and no one's using that anymore, and you need to actually switch to a different framework, because this is the new thing, and it's much better, so everyone should use this. Ad infinitum. It's a funny situation, isn't it? It really is. How did we get here? I blame JavaScript for most things. And I think it's either JavaScript or Brexit. And I think in this case, or 9/11. And I think in this case, it's JavaScript. And maybe a bit of 9/11. Yeah. I don't know.
No, I'm perfectly comfortable blaming JavaScript, because I've never used JavaScript, and so
good.
I have no stake in it.
Well, never do. This is my advice to you. Never do. If someone suggests to you, hey, do you want to use JavaScript? Run and never look back.
I mean, my programming experience comes from writing physics simulations. I have no intention of doing that in JavaScript.
So you use C++?
Yes. I use a hacked together mixture of C++, CUDA, and MPI now.
Oh, okay. That's okay.
Because the simulation code that I'm working with has or the kind of problem that I'm looking for or looking at is so big at this point, because we're doing some really weird stuff in 3 dimensions with a very high resolution.
Cool. Yep.
That you basically need to distribute it across multiple GPUs to finish in anything resembling a reasonable amount of time.
So for people who don't know, CUDA is it's used to program GPUs, NVIDIA GPUs, right?
Mm.
Just after my brief web search.
Yeah. So you get the graphics cards and you say, hey, the actual calculations you need to do for video game graphics are pretty complicated and pretty sophisticated. What if we could use that for something useful instead of rendering someone's armpits at photorealistic levels of detail?
Hold on, something useful? What do you mean? Getting those physics on those jiggly body parts is real work. It requires a high level of expertise, of subject domain level expertise.
Yeah, I mean, animated jiggle physics certainly is a very common use of GPUs.
You say this is like it's a bad thing, like it's not useful. I don't know about any of this. Are you able to give us some insight into what you're working on? It's up to you if you don't want to. I don't know if you want to not do 4.
It's one of those really niche, obscure theoretical physics problems that 5 people in the entire world care about.
Okay. But hey, maybe we can make that 6.
And I've met all 5 of them.
But, don't give up though. Maybe it's like just you've got to keep you got to keep advocating for your area.
I mean, no, I don't blame anyone who doesn't care about this problem, because it's basically science fiction. It's like what happens when you have a laser that's so strong that you have to start accounting for relativity to model what happens to the stuff you shoot it at. Like, and
Let's say straight away.
generally speaking, we don't really have those lasers yet.
Well, yes, but I think you've now found 6 people, because I'm interested in this. I think this sounds amazing. Powerful lasers which are beyond the scope of practicality and only theoretical, and I think that's.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty cool. I don't know. Does anyone else in chat think that that's pretty cool? I certainly do. Shall we chat? We'll catch we chat a little bit, because we've abandoned them slightly. Sorry about that, chat. This is what we do.
Hello, chat.
We are going to. Oh, I messed it up. I can never get the angle on this camera right now. Right, yeah, we are going to catch up with chat. So let's do it. So Ice Venom says, I have my stack of wood ready in my backyard. This is going back to midsummer. You're going to burn it tonight, yeah? Also bought a new hose yesterday. It's 30.5 meters, just in case. It's always good to have a couple of buckets of water ready, just in case, and maybe even a hose is a good idea too. Safety first, everybody. Also in Norway, you have to get permission nowadays in Norway, because if you can't just light a fire, even if you're out in the country, you have to get permission from the fire department after a certain date until a certain, I think September or something, because of the weather and the possibility of dryness. But I'm sure everyone knows that. DJ Miss Azura, hello. I had to get a silent mechanical keyboard. You had to get a silent one. Okay. I didn't know a silent mechanical keyboard existed, actually, to be honest. Oh, I'm dropping that. I didn't know that was such a thing. But good to know. It's it's quite a clever idea, actually, because
mechanical keyboard silencers are actually
like
not cute.
They screw
it's
it on.
like decline a cat.
No, it is good. It is good. It's good because if you're in an
gotta
office,
let those poor keyboards clickety clack.
no, if you're in an office environment, it's just basic manners. If you're in an office environment, then it's basic manners. And I've worked with people who got their own who like, I need this special keyboard. It's really loud, and I've worked with them in close proximity, and it's a bit annoying. Like I knew when they were working. Like I knew when they were doing work, and I guess conversely, I knew when they weren't working, and I was their boss. So that was actually kind of sort of helpful. We got a poll. The current poll is, do you care about the absurd relativity bending lasers? And the options are, yes, they sound fantastic, or no, I'm boring. So I'm just going to let everyone vote for that. I've voted. Thank you for the poll, whoever made that one. It's quite a good one. Aurelia says, it's been a while since I played RimWorld, but you have played it. Wildcard says, RimWorld equals graphical dwarf fortress. Basically what you said, Johanna. Now we've more war crimes. So you can do more war crimes in RimWorld, apparently. And that's a selling point.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
You can capture prisoners of war and then run organ harvesting operations on them. It's
great.
A thing you can do.
Modern games are so cool in how you can kind of just express yourself now in that whole kind of, you can really, what does your heart tell you that you want to do, and you can just do it. It's fantastic. And also that probably means that you're less likely to do it in the real world, because you've kind of got it out of your system. Is that how it works?
I would certainly hope that if someone has the urge to run an illegal organ harvesting operation, they get it out of their system.
Get it out of the system in a video game. I think it's good. Honestly, I think it's a public service. Again, like, this is useful. You were saying these things are not useful, but they are useful. Wildcard says, I also fell back into the RimWorld hole lately. That sounds like a dangerous hole to fall into, to be honest. But I am interested. I wouldn't mind having a look at that.
let's be a little bit careful around the terminology we use for describing rims and holes here.
A little bit, because we are supposed to be fairly child friendly, but I also don't see any problems at all, because we're literally just describing the game, and falling into a hole is like, I get the metaphor, I get it.
I know.
Earlier says, by the way, Maya, I have RimWorld if you want to see it at some point. So that's what I'm going to be doing after this stream. I'm going to be checking out rims and holes. CSS7 says, that is programming in general, about the whole frameworks and setup and getting things and then them not working and finding out. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. There's good ways. I mean, there are things that are better than other things, right? So it's not like, oh, one party is as bad as the other thing. There are definitely programming languages and programming environments which are more mature and easier to use and less volatile than others. But it is. Yeah, it's complicated, isn't it? I mean, back in the day, it used to be kind of, you had your 8-bit computers with BASIC, and you could write assembler as well for them maybe, and then you could maybe get C for them or Pascal or something like that. And the actual choices that you had to make were limited. But as with so many things in capitalism, sometimes you have a whole supermarket shelf full of fizzy drinks, and you're like, I don't know which one I want. I'm like, I just wanted a standard fizzy drink, maybe orange flavored. But I'm looking at this and I'm seeing 100 of them, and I don't know which one is the one to go for. It's so like, I just wish someone would make this decision for me in a way. Decisions are difficult sometimes. Or are you good at making decisions like this? Do you know which fizzy drink you want, Johanna?
Usually, but that's mostly because I tend to have some go-tos that make the decision-making process a bit easier.
Also, maybe in Norway it's a little easier, because so in the States and maybe in the UK and various other countries it's harder. But Norway is so many of the food and drinks and stuff in Norway are heavy monopolized industries, and therefore we have much less choice. You can go into one supermarket and you see basically the same things as another supermarket, which I think that's I'm not saying this in a derogatory way. In one sense, I actually quite like that, because it can go too far in the opposite direction. But also, I don't really know, actually. I don't really know exactly what to think about that. Norway, because Norway's not in the EU, a lot of the products and stuff are kind of limited, because they do favour Norwegian centric products, and they don't import a huge amount, do they?
It's the situation with the EU and Norway is really strange.
I mean, it's kind of, I like the idea in some ways. I think it's good, for example, environmentally it's great, because you're not importing a load of stuff in and creating huge carbon footprint from that point of view. Obviously, consumer choice suffers, but it swings and roundabouts, isn't it? I guess. It's really annoying when I personally want to import something that you can't get in Norway. This product does not exist. It's not being built in Norway. It's something that's made far away, maybe in the US or whatever. If I want to import it, I have to pay quite a hefty customs fee to get that imported, whereas a lot of other countries don't actually have that fee, and that's annoying. I don't like that at all.
Yeah, it's a bit annoying. I remember when I was really, really in my sort of big Gundam phase, and I really wanted to get those model kits often.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the options were basically get them at double the price at some Norwegian importer.
Yeah.
Often maybe even triple the price. Or try to buy them online and have to deal with month-long shipping times and ridiculous customs situations.
Yeah. It's not so, again, I think the consumer suffers somewhat. It's like the idea is that they're trying to encourage you to buy Norwegian. They're trying to encourage you to buy inside Norway and buy Norwegian products. But, Norway isn't that big a country, and there's a lot of things that, it's just not available. If you want this specific thing, you have to import it, and you're penalized for this. Whereas if you lived in France or Italy or Germany or the US, I guess, to a certain extent, because they have so much stuff there, you're good. It's not a problem. So it feels a bit unfair, to be honest. And also puts us at a slight disadvantage in some ways in Norway because, it's kind of making these things harder for everybody. I don't really...
If you want this, like, random niche product, there's a good chance it's going to be incredibly hard to do.
Yeah. Right, let's carry on with
no reason.
Let's carry on with this chat because I know there's people chatting to us. Just gonna get through it. CSS. It's pure laziness. Most frameworks are written by people who develop it and forget about it. So someone else makes it and then subsequently abandons it. This is capitalism. Get out of here. We're building something useful. CSS sounds like they're embedded. I can kind of get a feel for the username by the username as well. It feels like they're embedded in this kind of problem, and I think the typing and kind of like sobbing at the same time is like, and I get it because it is a really horrible situation sometimes. Dealing with technology, dealing with outdated software, dealing with software is like, well, this is just an install. I'll install it, and then it comes out with errors, and it's like, that's not really supposed to happen. It should just work, right? But it doesn't. And some of the stuff, sometimes it's literally from companies like Microsoft, and there's just no excuse at that point. But that is capitalism. So thanks for the poll already. That was a fun poll. Who won? I didn't actually check. DJ Mrs. Cirrus says, I don't know what that is, but I'm voting yes. I don't think anyone, outside of probably the 5 people that Johanna's mentioned, I don't think anyone really knows what it is. But I just like the sound of it.
I mean, as I keep saying, it is a really boring problem. Which
you
is
keep saying that, but then you make it sound like it's the coolest thing I've ever heard. So which one is it?
So it's a kind of a lab experiment type of deal. I don't know what it's used for because I'm only interested in the theoretical part of it, where you have lasers and you fire them at a gas of like hydrogen or some other material or some other element that's like in gas form as just loose atoms. And what will happen is that the laser will hit the atoms and it'll ionize them, so it's going to shoot out a bunch of electrons.
Just in case anyone doesn't know, if they don't remember from high school physics, is ionization means that all the electrons are stripped from the atom, right?
Yeah. And we're only looking at hydrogen because this process gets uncontrollably complicated if you have more electrons. And we're just looking at the case of like a single atom getting ionized. And then we're looking at like, okay, we know basically what's going to happen if it's a weak laser and or if it's a weak laser and it has a realistic frequency and all that stuff. What happens if it's an X-ray laser and it's incredibly intense?
Okay, so what kind of power quantities are we talking about right now? If you're able to quantify them.
Well, I'm constantly just looking in atomic units, so I can't convert it into SI units off the top of my head.
Okay.
But it's in the this is ridiculous regime.
It's in the total power output of the sun over 1,000 years or something.
Not that ridiculous, but like it's ridiculous by laser standards.
Okay.
Yeah. So then what we've been looking at is, okay, here's the sort of probability distribution for the energy that the electrons come out at. And what we've been seeing is, okay, when you account for relativity and you account for this other very technical thing, the energies are slightly shifted. Why are they slightly shifted? How, or what is the physical mechanism behind this?
when you said this other very technical thing, I was like, oh, what's that? My ears pricked up.
So basically, in this kind of atomic physics, it's typically you can assume that the wavelength of the laser is way bigger than the atom.
Yeah.
So what you'll do is you just say, okay, the atom is just a constant electric field that just goes up and down in time, and there's no like change in it throughout space.
Uh-huh.
But when you do that, you also inherently take out the magnetic field, which is fine. You can put it back in if you want to, but what we're doing is just we're not doing the no varying in space thing.
Uh-huh. Okay.
So we're not doing the dipole approximation is what it's called.
I see.
And so
you are kind of
and
you are simplifying the model in order to get value, in order to get kind of useful results or results that you can literally just achieve.
No, everyone else does the simplification, and we're not doing the simplification because we're insane.
Right. Okay, I misunderstood. Okay, yeah. Right.
And the computational requirements for not doing the dipole approximation are very demanding.
Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, I see. So it's because it's an approximation. Yeah. Okay, I get it. Right.
Yeah.
Huh.
So
that's
why when you take away the dipole approximation and you add in relativistic effects, you get these shifts, and then there's like a bunch of nitty-gritty details, but basically I do computer simulations without the most common approximations in this field to see what changes.
I mean, I think that's cool. I think that's interesting. I really do, and I'm sure I'm not alone. So this Lego is cool. I'm building a little bedroom. I think it's. Hold on, where's the camera? I'm building like a little bedroom. There's a bed and some cupboards. I don't know what this is. I just built this. I don't know what it is, but I built it. But anyway, it's quite enjoyable. Johanna was gonna grab some Lego as well, so we could build together, but she didn't get the chance in the end. So she just has to look longingly. Yeah, you just have to look longingly on as I build mine.
Like a jealous younger sibling at a birthday party.
Exactly. Just I hope you don't get too much in a huff and have to go and take a time out or something. Sit in the corner.
I will try my best to make it through these tough times.
You just do your best. That's all
I will
we
sit
can.
here with my little Luke Skywalker mech thing.
Oh, that does look good. Oh, go on, show us. Hold on, share that with the class.
Oh, this is
that is cool.
I've been doing this little line of Star Wars mechs.
Yeah.
I think they're really neat. Yeah. I mean, they have fuck all to do with anything.
I don't remember that film. Yeah, I don't. I think I must have missed that film. That must have been one of the Disney offshoot things.
Yeah, I don't recall the movie where Luke and Darth Vader got into their mechs and had a lightsaber fight in the mechs.
No, I don't remember that bit. But at the same time, I kind of wish I could remember that bit because that does sound kind of fun. We should petition Disney to actually make Star Wars based on the Lego instead of the other way around. Now, I do remember seeing.
I think that might actually be a thing on Disney Plus now. There's a Lego Star Wars What If thing.
Right, I was going to say, yeah. Is it like where it's like a mirror universe kind of thing, where Darth Vader's flying around in a dark version of the Millennium Falcon, and it's like everything's just kind of flipped. The roles are all flipped. Have you seen that?
I have not seen it, but I do know what that is, yeah.
Has anyone got a link? Because I'd like to just share that with everyone, because we were looking at it the other day, and we were looking at the Dark Falcon, and there's various sets. And, like, I don't know what to think about it. I'm like, this is strange and weird, and at the same time sort of cool. And I'm not... and I don't know exactly... what's going on? I don't know if Lego and Disney are so desperate to create more Star Wars stuff that they're just kind of going off on one, and it's like, hey, there's no such thing as a bad idea. Let's just brainstorm, and then they're just kind of like, right, yes, we'll do that. Or if this is actually, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I kind of think that's actually what it is.
I mean, I, for one, am a passionate advocate for letting nerdy media be weird. I think nerdy media has restrained itself for too long. Game of Thrones was great, but Game of Thrones also set the expectation that you should be packaging things in a little bit to make it more accessible to normies. You should be holding off on the dragons and the zombie invasion until the end of the season when they're already invested in the politics.
Yes.
And I'm like, you know what? No, let's just be weird up front.
Let's just
Let's
be honest. Be honest about our weirdness.
Let's just go all in. Let's be clear, and let's just alienate everyone who isn't going to be into this.
Yeah,
immediately.
We don't want them anyway.
Take the risks.
Yeah.
Make something that is going to be perfect for a small niche audience of little weirdos. And give them something that they will be obsessed with for life.
Exactly. And the other people, it doesn't matter. It's not for them. It was never going to be for them. It's fine. We don't have we don't have to make sure everyone likes it.
Exactly.
I mean,
don't make it unsatisfying for the people who would be into the weirdness.
I totally get it.
Or for the sake of getting a bunch of casual people who'll feel like the zombie dragon is too much or whatever.
Check it out. I've made a little, I think it's a microscope, and then a flower in a glass pot. Flower in a glass jar.
Oh.
And there's like a little science. When did you get into science, Johanna? Because obviously this is your career and you've made it into your the thing that you're quite passionate about. But what kind of got you into that? Is there any kind of moment that sparked that?
I was good at math in school.
Sorry?
I was good at math in school.
You were good at math in school.
And
that was it.
Yeah, so I just kept going at it.
Just kept on going.
Half of least resistance was just to do more math.
Cool. See, I was rubbish at math at school. I was rubbish at math because it was never like I like math that I can do stuff with. That's useful, and I just felt like when I was at school, nothing that I was being taught was useful, and I could never see the practical application. But now I use math in my jobs every day, and I use quite advanced maths. It's quite cool, and I really like it. So I'm like a late bloomer as far as kind of maths go, because not super late, but I've been using it for a while. But at school I just couldn't see the point, so therefore my heart was not in it. But now I understand the power and the fun of it, and the amazing things you can do with it. Now I'm a firm convert. I think that's an issue though, isn't it? Because a lot of people, I think my story is probably, fairly common in that when, especially from back in the day. But I don't know if teaching is, I assume teaching has improved, and hopefully this is less of an issue now. But a lot of school children fail to kind of grasp the point of maths because it is too abstract, and it's never really shown how it can be useful, and you never kind of get the ability to play with it and understand the relationship between what you're putting in and what you're getting out.
Yeah, absolutely. I only really started appreciating, say, Fourier transforms when I actually had to use them for something.
Right, there you go. Perfect example. Yeah.
I think the only case of like purely out there math that I just enjoyed for its own sake must have been like normed vector spaces and identifying whether or not the space is actually that or if it's something else. That was fun.
Of course, a lot of these things start out abstract and completely hypothetical and just sort of, hey, this is interesting, look what I did, and I've no idea what the applicability is, probably nothing, right? But it's kind of interesting. And then later on, someone will see that and be like, oh wow, this actually describes my problem perfectly, and I can use this in order to solve something that the original author or inventor or whatever had no idea that this was going to be a thing. I really quite like those stories. I've heard those stories quite a few times in in that kind of scenario, in that kind of field. And it's always cool. Like they just, people just kind of create funny stuff for the hell of it, and then someone later down the line finds it and is like, oh, this is amazing. This is genius. This describes it perfectly, and it's incredible.
I mean, yeah. I keep dreading though that like at some point in my scientific career, I'll submit something to peer review, and then one of the reviewers just comes back with, "Why are you doing things this way?
Mm-hmm.
You know about this mathematical identity that's taught in every single complex analysis class, yes? Because with this identity, the problem is actually trivial to solve. You have wasted your entire career on numerical simulations that are completely unnecessary."
Yeah.
Did you seriously not know about this identity?
Does that keep you up at night? I hope it doesn't.
Yes.
Really?
Yes, actually. That is the kind of thing I worry about.
Oh my gosh. I mean, that does sound like a worry, but also how likely is that? I don't know. It seems unlikely.
It's pretty unlikely.
What's it like?
Kind of extremely unlikely.
Have you had any? So, I don't know if there's academia and these kinds of heavily kind of science-based research fields and things like that do have a bit of a bad reputation for being heavily male-dominated and kind of a misogynistic and sexist and difficult environment for a woman to actually survive and thrive in. How have you found that? Does any of that tally with any of your experiences?
I can't say I've had any problems at my department, really.
It's good to hear.
It's been completely okay. I do joke that I really took one for the team by transitioning and making the gender ratio go from 100% male to not.
Less than 100%.
Yeah.
Well done. I mean, that's basically why you did it, I guess. Is that?
Oh yeah, of course. I purely did it to increase my university's diversity score.
Yeah, it was a slow Saturday.
It was that, and of course, cheating at sports.
Oh well, yeah, obviously, because that's great, isn't it? Now that we can all, when you transition, you just kind of, I'm like so much.
I of course do all the sports.
Of course, just like most trans women. Most trans women do all the
Yeah.
sports, but of course.
I've stolen 500 gold medals at the Olympics.
Done. I mean, that's not bad. I mean, I don't know. You could maybe
you
do
may not
better.
have heard about this because, of course, trans women winning at the Olympics is so common now that it doesn't even make it to the news.
No, they don't tend to publish this in the mainstream media.
Yeah.
They keep it, but we do just wipe the boards with medals. This is well known. I almost feel bad for my competition sometimes when I go into these events that I've not trained for in any way or form, and I just kind of go in there and just wipe the floor with all of these other competitors who are female. I kind of feel a little bad, but at the same time it's like I've got this male advantage. I might as well use it.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, it's really the only disadvantage is you end up with so many Olympic gold medals.
Yeah, I don't know where to put them all.
What are you supposed to do with them?
I've given most of mine away.
My gold medal drawer is full already. There's like gold medals spilling out over the floor.
This is what eBay is for. This is what eBay is for. Or Finn, if you're in Norway, this is. It's a lot of. If you go type in gold medals into eBay, like at least 10% of all your hits are going to probably be mine, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly.
And various other trans women, I guess. But.
Of course, I mean, you gotta just. This is actually how most transitions are funded, with second-hand gold medals.
This isn't cheap, and so you have to figure it out somehow, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's the perfect scheme. I'm gonna catch every chat. Oh gosh! By the way, if anyone's not sure, we are joking like that. So we just did that was a little joke. I don't know if anyone is in the chat thinking, yeah, no, I knew it. I knew this. Right? Yeah, this is what I've heard about. It's like were joking. If
I think if I think if a trans woman had 500 Olympic gold medals, um,
I think
you
people
would
would
have
be
heard about
talking
it on
about.
the
People
news.
probably would be talking about it. Actually, it would be a.
I mean, I mean, I mean, people talk about it when a trans woman qualifies for the Olympics.
No, people talk about it when a trans woman takes part in a non-competitive parkrun race in the UK and finishes in 2000th place out of 2,500 competitors, and it's still a source of outrage because some of those people who she competed and beat were cis women, like in the lower 500, and it's incredible how riddled with brainworms these people are that they would think that was. I don't know. It's just horrible, isn't it? Transphobia. It's basically just brainworms.
I had to run to catch the bus earlier, and the bus driver was like, "No, get off. You had an unfair advantage at that."
Yeah, a cis woman could be sat in this bus seat. You're taking her place. I can't, in good conscience, allow that on my bus.
There wasn't an actual cis woman
No,
trying to
but
get
but
on
it's
that bus,
but it's
but
theoretical.
you know,
It's hypothetical.
yeah.
This is a theoretical hypothetical situation.
Hypothetically, this could happen. I am, of course, joking. This didn't actually happen because strangers in real life can't tell that I'm trans.
No, you passed perfectly well, and that's
Yeah,
really cool. Are you? So we should talk about passing privilege and the things and what passing means and things like that maybe. But I am going to catch up with chat because we're letting it get away with this. So we'll
absolutely.
come back to that point. It's a good point. Fallout 4, says Ace Venom, gets building things out of my system. Gets building things. I see. I get to the real world and say I did that already. So now you don't need to build anything because you're building it all in Fallout 4. That's sort of like that's not really what we're talking about. But it's cool. You don't need to be creative or build anything in real life now. That's because that's such a pain. Aurelia says to typewriter to Johanna, it looks like we just doubled the amount of people interested in your lasers. Maybe even more, depending how the poll goes. So there you go. We're getting the word out. We're creating a lot of buzz around your lasers.
Incredible.
There's a lot of energy in the room about now concerning your lasers.
I mean, if this translates to someone actually hiring me once my PhD is done, I'm not going to complain.
Oh, I don't think that's going to happen. But
No, me neither.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Ray says, one thing I noticed here, Mate, competition looks pretty low. This is about the food in supermarkets. Competition is the key word there, and yes, there's not a huge amount of competition. And I don't know. It tends not to be a good thing when because it's still capitalism. So if you have capitalism without competition, you've got monopolies. Prices are pretty absurdly high up here compared to the rest of the EU, though. Prices tend to be more expensive. I don't know actually. I would question that. Like some things are more expensive for sure. Some various different foods, definitely alcohol and anything that's got sugar in it. And there's that's like a decision. That's a taxed decision kind of thing that the government have made. But for other things, some like a lot of basic stuff like bread and vegetables. I guess I don't know. There's a lot of stuff which isn't ridiculous. And I think, the cost of living has skyrocketed in much of Europe and the world. And I don't think Norway is necessarily ridiculously ahead of that as far as cost and prices go. Certainly purchasing power as well, because maybe some of the food is more expensive, but also purchasing power, as in how it relates to people's wages and standard of living, I would say that it's equivalent or perhaps even a little better in Norway. But I don't know, I'm not basing that on any facts or any kind of data, but I just kind of feel that that's possibly true. What do you think, Johanna?
I don't know. I mean, I've certainly noticed prices going up.
They have gone up,
also, but also my living situation changed appreciably because I got together with my current partner. We moved together. We are sharing our expenses and stuff. Like there's been a lot of factors impacting how much of my money is tied up by household expenses
Mm,
versus everything else. So it's hard to gauge because so much has been kept, or because so many things have happened at the same time.
sure. But that's cool
And
that
yeah,
it does make sense to actually share costs, and by living with someone, your partner or flatmates or whatever, then it does help keep basic costs, some of the basic costs down, like things like electricity and utilities and food and all this kind of stuff. It's like, so between two people you only need one refrigerator or one oven, and instead of having to have all these individual things. So it's a good way to save money and live a little better, I think. How long have you
yeah.
been living with your partner now?
Well, we moved into this apartment last year during the summer, so it has been a year here. But
Okay.
we also lived together in my old apartment for a while.
Hmm.
Um, but that was more of less of a like officially living together arrangement and more of a oh yeah, she sleeps over basically every night
Sure. Yeah, yeah,
arrangement.
yeah. That's how
Yeah.
it works. That's often how it works, isn't it? And then it just becomes, hey, should we just make it official and sell one of our places, or stop paying rent?
Oh, she was her original address was with her parents, so
Oh, okay, okay, fair enough.
there was no need to sell anything.
Um,
Yeah.
just like when the other people in the room are smarter than me, unfortunately, it's hard to gather such a room because you're so smart already. I don't know what that was in relation to, but that sounds kind of funny. Ace Venom says, "I'm aware. I'm a chemist. Ace Venom's a chemist. Cool. What do you think of the chemistry profession, Mrs. Physicist?"
I think the chemistry profession is really cool. I mean, they do have a certain visibility privilege in that people think about chemists anytime they talk about scientists.
That's true, actually. Test
With
tubes
with the
and
lab coats
yeah,
and the
yeah.
beakers full of colorful fluids that
That's
they mix
true.
together, and then
They've
they
got
go,
good PR.
"Aha! I have arrived at the serum." Uh, nobody really gives representation to us boring theorists who just sit at a computer all day and go, "No,
Wait,
no,
hold
that's
on
not
though. But
it."
but you sit at a computer in a lab coat, right, with a clipboard, right? I mean,
Well, of course, I have a lab coat.
yeah.
Um, the rest of the department thought it was really weird of me to buy a lab coat, but I'm committed to the uniform.
So it's just you signing your lab coat.
Yes.
Star Wars phaser energy requirements or Death Star laser range for the laser power. You see, these are future projects. Maybe when you finish your research, you can get hired by the Empire to build super lasers to destroy planets. Like, that's one possible applicable situation.
I mean, you joke, but the employment prospects for physicists who have minimal moral reservations against working for the military
Yes.
are significantly better than for the ones who want their work to be ethically justifiable.
Yeah, you basically don't want to be responsible for the mass murder of innocent civilians.
Yeah, like I mean, even like the quote unquote green jobs can sometimes be stuff like, oh yeah, so we have this problem where there's a lot of waste generated by our guided munitions failing to hit the correct children. So you can do your part for the environment by
That
making
is
the AI
grim.
better
That is grim. No, you just
so
carbon
that we
offset it.
waste the minimum amount of explosives.
Just carbon offset it. So if you are kind of doing this, just make sure you plant a few trees, and you're good. It's not a problem. It's like it just balances out. It's fine. Plant a few trees. I think that's the general technique. Ace Venom, that's some serious processing power requirements. It is, yeah. How many GPUs do you use, Johanna? Are we talking thousands?
Well, for the pro or for the most recent like really big simulation run that I put on, We used 8 GPUs, but they were like
Okay, 8.
but they were like the fancy like high performance computing GPUs
Super fast ones. Well, I
that
mean, with
yeah,
multiple cores, like all
yeah,
GPUs processing massively parallel, and so the actual
yeah,
number of
exactly.
cores that you're running it on is probably pretty high.
It's something ridiculous. Like it's the actual specific GPU is NVIDIA A100. So
You learn, you type away.
how many CUDA cores does that thing have? It's an absolutely monstrous thing. Like how NVIDIA, give me some numbers. Don't just
Do you
talk
not
about
also?
how
But
good.
another question. This is sort of ethically related. Is that do you not feel a little guilty when you're running these scientific experiments on these GPUs when actually that processing time could be spent on mining Bitcoin?
I mean, you're joking, but one of the people I have to wait in queue to, or I have to wait to finish their stuff in queue sometimes is an AI company.
Oh,
So
okay, yeah.
yeah,
So not
like
so presumably not mining Bitcoin, but it's on a sort of similar level to, I think, as
I
far
mean,
as ethics goes, like basically stealing people's work and making people
well, I mean, it's one of the
question their existence.
nicer AIs, but still, like
It's an interesting subject. That it's an interesting topic, and it's one we've been talking about more and more on the stream. Actually, I think it's on a lot of people's minds that AI specifically has been used in more and more nefarious and kind of dodgy and less good ways, and is basically making people's lives kind of worse rather than better,
I mean,
which it would have been nice if it was better. We did watch an amazing video actually recently, and I wonder if anyone robot and the speech. So it was interacting with a person, and it was talking to him in a very natural manner, and. He said he was hungry or something to the robot, and the robot picked up an apple from the plate and handed it to him. And then he was like, "Okay, so why did you do that?" And then the robot explains, well, you said you were hungry, and I saw the apple, and it was really cool. I can't remember what it's called. If anyone can remember, if anyone was there as well when we were watching this video, if anyone can remember what it was and can dig out that link, I'd love to see it again. I don't know. I kind of feel like I've lost it unless I look at the VODs, and I have no idea which stream it was. But maybe someone's memory's being jogged and they can remember which one this is. I'd love to see it again. Actually, maybe maybe we can watch that. We really. Oh, hey Trent, how you doing? Trent 2002's here. The most important thing people making media need to remember is not everything is for everyone. It is perfectly okay to aim for just making the thing for a smaller group. That's totally true, Ray. It's totally true.
yes,
I mean,
correct.
no argument from me. And actually, that's sort of what I'm doing as well for my game. I'm making it for me. I'm making it for people like me who like the idea and kind of get a kick out of it. But I'm not making it for the same people who like Marvel films, because there's no point. That's not my area of interest. It's kind of a generalization, but you know what I mean. In fact, when you try to make something for everyone, you make sure no one will love it. Because then you tend to be making it just literally for financial gain, don't you? Because you're just like, right, what's gonna make the most money? And that always comes at a compromise as far as vision goes, or creativity, or just quirkiness and coolness, and funness. Funness, is that a word?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, like you by simply trying to maximize profit, you actually made something that nobody likes.
Yeah, it's so funny, isn't it? And it's so true. But
You make
it's
something everyone is okay with, but nobody actually likes it.
no one really
Like,
wants it. Yeah, it's like that looks mid. Yeah. Ace Venom
I
says it
guess
wasn't.
I'll watch it if it's on. You
Yeah,
know?
exactly. Yeah. I think we've definitely watched some TV like that. It wasn't until I pursued a career in chemistry that I found more appreciation for math, says Ace Venom. Math's cool.
Really?
Math makes the world go round. Sort of literally. Sort of. Or at least it describes how the world goes round. It doesn't make it go round. No, I don't know actually. I'm not sure how to describe that. I would have thought you transitioned for that reason, says Aurelia. Definitely couldn't have been anything else. Basically winning medals. Aurelia, truth mayor. Aurelia says, truth mayor, your new game will do better than any game released before because it's made by a trans woman. And we just have unfair advantages at everything. Exactly. All the cis women who've made video games, and there are a bunch of them, they can't compete.
Yeah, no. It was purely for the many social privileges and advantages of trans women that I
Speaks into the
transitioned.
mic.
And it had absolutely nothing to do with the existential horror of realizing I was about to grow into a man.
No, because we're all incredibly deceptive, aren't we? We're just deceivers. And when we say we are women and we've always felt like women, then you've literally got to just assume that we're lying because we are first and foremost liars. And should not be trusted, especially with your husbands.
Do not trust anything I say. It's currently cloudy outside. It is raining.
Wait, you're in Bergen, and that's a given, right? That's how it is in Bergen, surely.
Remember to dress for the rainy weather if you're going outside in Bergen today. And keep in mind that this is being said by a trans woman.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, okay.
Really winning in the psyops to get the turfs to catch colds game.
Transitioning made me a better baseball player, says Ace Venom. Which I find,
Hell yeah.
Well, I was about to say I find it hard to believe, but it totally makes sense because everyone knows that when you start taking estrogen, it actually increases your strength. And it's a great way to gain muscle. It's why a lot of gym bros in the gym are kind of doing estrogen. It just means that that they get much more gains than if they didn't take estrogen. This is well known. This is science. This is basic biology.
It's true. Many speedrunners who look like obvious boy motors actually aren't trans. They're just taking estrogen because it's a performance enhancing drug in speedrunning.
Ace Venom says, of course I was being silly. I haven't played baseball competitively since I was 19. But you used to play competitively. That's kind of cool. I used to race mountain bikes sort of competitively. Not professionally, obviously, but competitively it was fun. Also, two people sharing food budget leads to less food waste, indeed, and also wastes less energy for cooking and cleaning. It's just win-win, isn't it? It's just win-win.
It's a really efficient system.
I wonder what the optimal.
This is actually why.
I wonder what the optimal number is, though, because I suspect it's not 2. And also, I can understand that there'd be an upper bound as well. So, what's the optimal number?
This is clearly an attempt to co-opt environmentalist talking points for the poly agenda, and I am not here for it.
Could you calculate the optimal number of people in a polycule on your GPUs? Could you just write a bit of code on and send that off to the CUDA GPUs? Because I think that would be an interesting problem.
I think that's the kind of optimization problem that you could probably just run in a Python script.
No, I really want your GPUs to do it.
I mean, it depends on how many parameters your model has, but
quite a lot. I think let's say a lot.
I mean, I think the optimal polycule is one where you're all actually happy.
Okay. So again, an incredibly complex scientific problem that no one has truly solved.
The combinatorics of that are going to be very difficult to resolve, but I'm sure it can be done.
One day,
there are happy polycules around.
It's theoretically possible. One day. Hold on, what's going on in the chat? Funny, I think of biologists first when people mention science, says Aurelia. Something about Mars and taters. Right. Also, that my favorite teacher was ever was a biology. Oh, right, yeah, okay, that's funny because my favorite teacher ever was a biology teacher as well, Aurelia. He was really good, and I went from having very little interest in biology and how cells function and things like that to actually just lapping it up just because of the way he taught, and he was excited about the subject, or at least he certainly, did a great job of faking it. I suspect it wasn't fake at all. And he was a really good communicator. He was a really nice guy. And I'll never forget that teacher, because honestly, he was probably the best teacher I had at high school. If you're watching...
There was a really hilarious biology teacher. I never actually had him because I didn't take biology, but
Okay.
At the high school I went to, who would sometimes just come jogging down the hallway carrying bags of feces.
Whoa!
And I never found out what those were for.
What, were they his?
I have no idea.
Who's like a bag of his
I think they were samples for biology lessons.
Yeah.
So he must have gotten them from somewhere that made sure it was good shit. But
we got the good shit. That's the name of the company.
He was just like, do you want to touch the bag? And I was like, no.
No,
I do not want to touch the bag.
No one wants to touch your bag.
That is... No, thank you. No.
Oh, gosh. This is coming on quite nicely. I'm just building.
Yeah.
Show the bricks. Still building. Just kind of got the more of the exterior walls are kind of finished now with windows. Done a little over half of the walls of the wallage. Moonrose says, I think people sharing costs is becoming essential, particularly in the UK, where the cost of living, utility bills, council taxes, etc., has gone through the roof. It's a lot more expensive nowadays in the UK, and it's quite a worrying situation. I hope that things can be turned around with the new government, which is imminently going to be in power, but I worry that it won't. When I had my own home, the basic utilities basically tripled their monthly costs because the government removed the cap on energy companies. Yeah, it's just profit gouging now, isn't it? For the buddies making billions a day and people not being able to afford to heat their home and eat at the same time. It's not a good situation. Something's going to give eventually. Things like that usually end in a similar way to how the French did it. So that's just something to bear in mind for energy companies and CEOs.
I mean, you always just have to keep in mind that, you should generally want the price of dinner for a family of 5 to be less than the price of going to the hardware store to pick up all the materials for a guillotine.
Yes, this is a basic kind of equation that all CEOs at a certain level... I mean, presumably they teach you this in business school. I certainly would hope so.
I think in business school they just teach you how to pronounce synergy, and that's it. Synergy.
I thought it was synergy. Oh, right. It's no wonder I'm no good at business. Yeah. Synergy. Well, let's circle back to that and reconnect. I also hold on. Also, there's another point regarding the whole working for the military or not when doing science. If your science has military application anyway, getting military funding may allow you to steer the direction somewhat. Meanwhile, if you go private with it, the military will be spying on you anyway. But doing things entirely on their own at this point, what is the more ethical choice? Because that feels like a hard one. It's a tricky one. Interesting ethics in science. Science is obviously it's kind of ethically, morally neutral. I just learning about the universe, the way the universe works, creating new theories to describe it, and that's that's fine. But of course, figuring out general relativity does sometimes lead to the atom bomb.
The I am, of course, doing the most ethical science by simply focusing on a niche that is completely useless, which
Well,
is a very ethical way
you,
to go about doing your research.
you think it's useless now, but then they start blowing up planets with lasers, and and you could
But,
have.
but, but that's the thing. Like, my research assumes the really strong laser already exists and says nothing about how to actually build it.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
But it might inspire people to want to build it once they find out that you can blow up planets. I don't know. It's your hands are not completely clean here. I think in this theoretical situation.
We'll see. We'll see.
Well, it says I'm fairly certain I know at least a couple people who will love your game, Maya. So that's a couple people who will love my game. I'm happy with that. That's fine. That's reason enough for me to build it. It's not even the financial gain aspect of it, but as the saying goes, if you try to appeal to everyone, you will appeal to no one. Earlier, Polycule is for happiness and improvement of everyone involved. I mean, obviously, the lifestyle is not for everyone, and it's not like there should be no people should not feel forced to be polyamorous.
I radically support Polycules' right to do their thing, and I admire their time management skills, which I do not have.
Yeah.
I only have time for one partner, and that's because I have ADHD.
And that's fair enough. That's a good reason to do the things the way you're doing. My biology teacher, says Aurelia, was fun, and she loved biology and her job. Hey, is this just like it's just like a universal truth that we found here, that all biology teachers are kind of cool? What's going on? I think we've just unlocked a secret, an unknown secret of the universe is that all biology teachers are de facto cool. So, you heard it here first. And if your biology teacher was not cool and was not a fun guy or girl, then please let us know. Right, she was willing to listen to students. I'm going to go. She was willing to listen to students with crazy new biology things. I brought up CRISPR and Cas9 with her, and her reaction was, never heard of that. That sounds cool. And the next time we had a lesson, she did a small 10-minute brief of the subject. That's cool. I literally nerd sniped my biology teacher, and she spent time researching the thing and then talked a bit about it next time we had class. Better than most GPs when you tell them that they're trans. Right, what were you going to say, Johanna? Sorry for interrupting each other.
The flip side to the incredibly cool biology teacher is, of course, the incredibly cringe reactionary biologist archetype.
Oh.
Like the guys who will go on TV and say, biologically speaking, this far-right talking point is simply true.
Yeah. There are only two sexes. It's unfortunate when people do that, isn't it? When they feel the need to, and also it's so funny because what was his name? Is it Ray Winston or something? No, is that an actor? I don't know. There's he's not even like a proper one. He doesn't practice it. He just writes books about it. He's like a celebrity version of, he's a stupid man's person, an idea of a smart guy, right? And
this archetype,
as they so often are, and he goes on TV and says things like every cell of your body is sexed, either male or female. And so he says this with a straight face, and this is like a massive talking point. All the TERFs pick it up, and then it's like, well, hold on a second, that's not even that's true, because a lot of our body contains there's a huge amount of biological material in our body. For example, our entire bloodstream, which is not sexed. It's still a biological component of our body. There's so it's just it's annoying when people they often come out of their subject expertise, their areas of expertise, and they weigh in on it, thinking that they have, that they're. It's like, I'm a voice of reason, and I'm now going to be very reasonable and give you my opinion on the whole subject. And it's like, well, hold on a second, you are, You are really talking out of line here. This is not something that you're doing this literally because you don't like trans people. You're not doing this in search of some kind of objective truth here, are you? Let's face it. Ace Venom says I need to do some... Sorry, yeah, you go.
Yeah, no, I wasn't going to make any good points, so Ace Venom.
That's very honest of you. I like it. Ace Venom says I need to do some work in my yard soon. So that's what's happening in Ace Venom's yard. What's going on in your? What are you doing in your yard? Is it a weed? Is it a weedscape, or cutting the grass? What's going on in your yard, Ace Venom? Energy profiteers are murderers, says Aurelia. Gouging the prices like that has literally killed people who couldn't afford heating. It has, and I mean, I'm sure that they would deny being culpable in any way, shape or form, and that's how they manage to sleep at night. But the reality is that they are responsible and they shouldn't sleep well at night. People are capable of blocking out, having no self reflectivity. You know, they just don't reflect on who they are and what they're doing, and a lot of people just assume that they are the hero of the story and that they are, you know, how can I possibly be doing anything wrong because it's me and I'm a good person and therefore I cannot do anything wrong. It would literally be impossible for me to do the wrong thing. And then they go ahead and, you know, price gouge or, you know, are responsible for great suffering. It's a real problem with the human condition in that so few people are willing to do any kind of self-reflection in that regard. It's very unfortunate.
Here at Lockheed Nestle, we resent accusations that by selling bottled water in the area we deprived of water, we are actually causing problems. Yeah. Our water bottling system actually provides an essential service. And those dry husks over there simply had a skill issue.
Yes. The things that people tell themselves in order to, you know, feel like they're still on the side of good and what's right, they will go to enormous extremes. It's hard to believe sometimes that they actually believe their own BS. But yeah, they often do, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Guillotine therapy is a time-honored tradition. Guillotine therapy. This is a new form of therapy. I like it. Though I must say, I cannot suggest...
It's therapy for an entire society.
Yes, it is. It's group therapy. It's a large group therapy. Though I must say, I cannot suggest we get back to this old tradition since I am supposed to follow and guide certain rules. Oh, yeah, no, totally. We're not suggesting in any way that these people...
In Minecraft. In Minecraft.
Yeah, this is in Minecraft. We're talking now about in Minecraft. Yeah. Was that not clear? This is in Minecraft.
Yes. To clarify. Mm-hmm. We are talking about building guillotines in Minecraft.
And executing all the top executives of various, price gouging and ethically terrible companies in Minecraft.
Of course.
Yeah. On Moonrose, I should be having my first speech therapy session tomorrow. Ooh, I'm a bit nervous and hope that I can get some positive results to quell some of my gender dysphoria. That's awesome news, Moonrose. I hope that goes really well for you, and I'm sure it will. The thing to remember, of course, is that it's a process, and you're not going to get instant results. But just with any kind of process like this, consistency is key, and eventually you will get there and you will achieve amazing things. And so I'm really happy for you. That's a great step in the right direction. How long did it take?
Voice training is cool.
Yeah.
You should voice train.
I can't do that. That's so good.
Voice train immediately.
you should all voice train, even if you are cisgender.
Here's my
Yeah,
suggestion.
because it's such a fun party trick.
It's incredibly fun.
Yeah. I had an ex who kept doing that. And the least, when I wasn't expecting it at all, she would just suddenly get up behind me or something and do her man voice, and I was like, yeah.
Yeah. My girlfriend has banned me from doing the Giga Chat voice because
Good. It's dangerous. It's scary.
She's banned me from doing it around the apartment.
Yeah.
Because it's off-putting and terrifying.
You just did it though, so I will tell her. I'm going to tell her that you did it. I'm going to show her the footage.
Well, I did it while she wasn't in the room, so that's fine.
That's okay.
I can do it with other people, just not with her. That's the rule.
Okay, fair enough. Aurelia, of course, most of those gender critical biologists, in quotes, actually don't have a valid education within the field. The few who even have documents claiming so took the subject at extremist religious schools where biology literally teaches creationism. I don't think you're necessarily wrong there, Aurelia. Moonrose, the embryos of all mammals, including humans, starts female in the womb, which kind of scuppers a lot of criticals' thinking, to be honest. Essentially, all males change their sex or gender from female by a natural biological process. That would probably blow some of their minds. So, if I was gender critical, trying to imagine it, I don't feel great about trying to imagine it, but if I was going to try and imagine this, I'm sure they would say things like, well, that doesn't count. Or they would basically just deny that has any relevancy. They would also question whether it's even true, and they would call you a liar, and they would refuse to actually look into it, and then they would change the subject. I don't know. There's lots of ways to avoid that kind of thing, isn't there? But ultimately, it all comes from a bad place. It all comes from.
Yeah. I mean, the changing the subject thing is the standard.
Changing subject, so standard. It's like,
well,
what about
over here in what? Yeah. What about sports?
Okay,
but over here in reality, we can all just comfortably accept the fact that all trans women are detransitioners.
Yeah. Detransitioners. You going to detransition any point? Do you think, Johanna? Just for some. It's a good way to make some money.
Have to force me at that point.
Yeah, but you could make a bit of money from it. So,
I mean,
also,
if I were to do a detransition grift,
yeah,
I would not actually detransition. I would just pretend to be detransitioning.
Yeah, you don't have. You don't even have to. Yeah. Like that's what a lot of them do.
I would be like, oh, I have been so harmed by this estrogen. Don't pay no attention to how much I am smiling every waking moment because I am still on estrogen.
Also enjoying the checks that are coming in. Thanks, keep those coming in. We're so cynical, aren't we? We're so cynical and jaded nowadays. But that's unfortunate because we have lived many years as trans people, and we understand that there's a lot of things which we should be cynical about. Did you like the voice thing already? She says, I nearly fell off my chair.
Yeah.
And
the shock value of it gets better and better the less often I do it, the
brilliant.
longer I'm on estrogen.
It was brilliant. I think you should do it again at some point when no one's expecting it during the stream. I think that'd be fantastic.
Okay, sure.
I was sort of expecting that, so I didn't get it.
Yeah, but because it was too obvious, you didn't think I would really do it.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, okay. Storage is here. Hello, Storage. How's your Sunday going? I hope you're having a fantastic Sunday. It's nice to see you. And I hope you're enjoying the stream as well. Storage says, I swear rad feminism used to be so much more loudly proud of this we were all female thing. Right, yeah, they used to be more proud of that, and now they kind of keep a little bit quiet about that, don't they? Because it sort of scuppers a lot of their arguments in many ways. Or they just find it kind of distasteful, don't they? They have to be very they have to be very choosy and picky about the things that they can kind of openly talk about. And also they've, a lot of them find as they continue on in this, in this ideology, which is what it is, that they have to align themselves with more and more kind of right-wing groups in order to find people who support them, which I think is interesting, isn't it? That's kind of interesting.
And if the gender criticals were really feminists, there would be warning bells going off when they're suddenly, on the same side as the abortion haters and the birth control haters and the trad wife people.
Yeah. So, transphobia, but at what cost? Because most of these groups are also, they're extremely anti-feminist. They also are, anti-abortion. They want to keep you in the home, shackled to your kitchen, not going to work. Basically, baby making machines. These are ideas. And what are you willing to sacrifice as far as your women's rights and human rights go, in order to hate trans people? Because that is the question that you should really be considering when you start a career in transphobia, and I do say career, because these things you will have to do.
Eventually, you will have to make a podcast appearance with someone who is just the worst human being in existence.
Yeah, that's gonna be.
And you will have to sit. You will have to sit and watch them just eat a baby in front of you.
Yeah, and you can't complain about it because
No.
because this is the end point of where you started. You just thought it was.
And if at any point you go like, could you like turn away a little bit so I don't have to watch the splattering? They just go like, are you canceling me?
Yeah, they do it even worse. Then they'll do it right up close and in your face.
Are you going to send the woke Bob after me?
Yeah, because
Are you going to take me to woke Guantanamo Bay?
woke Guantanamo Bay. That sounds like a terrible place to be taken to. What happens there? What happens in woke Guantanamo Bay?
I
Forced diversity. Forced diversity for sure. Like
absolutely.
they put in woke Guantanamo Bay. You're forced to change Star Wars canon and write it up in the Wikipedia so that things are different from how they used to be. This is, and you're forced to do
in
this.
woke Guantanamo Bay, they torture you by showing you Ghostbusters 2016.
No, in woke
and they're legally allowed to do it because showing you Ghostbusters 2016 doesn't count as torture to reasonable people.
Yeah.
Because it's a completely okay movie.
Like check out the Geneva Convention if you don't believe us, but check out the Geneva Convention. At no point in any of the humanitarian kind of rules that they have, like no landmines and things like that, is it mentioned that you can't rewrite Star Wars lore or have female Ghostbusters? Like they just don't mention that. So this is perfectly legal.
Exactly.
This is, I think in woke Guantanamo Bay, they don't stop at Ghostbusters. They actually feminize all childhood films. So they make Indiana Jones, and that's she's now a woman. They gender swap, all the old war films like Apocalypse Now and Hamburger Hill and I don't know, all those old ones that everyone likes. They gender swapped all of those, so that they're all just female casts, and they're like, instead of fighting wars they're like, doing the makeup and dancing. And you have to watch that.
And in woke Guantanamo Bay, you have to use they them pronouns.
Yeah, everyone's they them. Like everyone's they them. It's like she, her, and he, him are not allowed. You have to refer to everyone as they. Everyone.
And this is how you can tell that woke Guantanamo Bay is actually ran by the U.S. government, because in their attempt to be extra woke, they actually managed to do something that a lot of trans people wouldn't appreciate.
Yeah, of course. They took it too far. Even for us. It's like... Obviously, non-binary people are valid, and if you've got they them pronouns, that's totally cool. It's just that a lot of people have she, her, and he, and that's the point we're making. We're being silly.
I mean, there are people who use other pronouns too. Is the thing.
Oh yeah, there's all sorts of different pronouns out there. Yeah, all sorts.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't need, and in woke Guantanamo Bay, in woke Guantanamo Bay, every day is a different pronoun day. So you have to have different pronouns depending on what day of the week it is. On Fridays, everyone is like, you have to be she, her, and dress appropriately. And on Saturdays, weekends is they, them. And then Mondays it's never he, him. It's never he, him.
Absolutely. And also they will put you in the pronoun mines.
The pronoun mines. In order to mine more pronouns.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
exactly.
that's where you're getting from. You got to go deep. You got to go dig deep.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Conditions in the pronoun mines are incredibly horrible. But they do have they do have like rainbow flags in the mines.
Yeah, to cheer you up.
Yeah.
So it's I mean, woke Guantanamo Bay. Honestly, I wouldn't mind going to woke Guantanamo Bay at some point. It sounds like a fun holiday, but for some people they wouldn't like it. When should we go? We should I'm not sure it exists, but maybe it should. I don't think it exists yet, but this is we've just created some kind of template here.
Maybe we shouldn't invent the torment nexus, actually.
Sorry?
Maybe we shouldn't invent the torment nexus.
Look, you're a scientist. I'm very creative. It's like we're creating things that are value neutral here. It's only what people choose to do with them that gives it some kind of moral, value. So I think that there's a perfectly innocent, Guantanamo Bay concept that we've developed. It could be used for evil and it could be used for good. Or it could be just used. I can't find a piece. I'm stuck because I can't find a piece. Oh gosh, it's sort of...
no.
It is sort of funny though. I'm gonna need some chalky milk, please, Aurelia. Please, can I have some chalky milk? I feel like I need a bit of a sugar injection. My brain's just been working overdrive, coming up with new concepts for Guantanamo Bay, and I feel a little bit.
Storage heater PNG. You simply have to build it and then submit it to Lego Ideas. That's how we're getting woke Guantanamo Bay in Lego.
I think that's something that Lego will be very, very interested in. Actually, that sounds very much aligned with the Lego brand. That's just a surefire winner as far as I'm concerned. When they build the sets and sell it, they should put it next to the Harry Potter displays. Thank you.
Yes, clearly. I mean, of course, the most woke implementation of a woke Guantanamo Bay would be to just remove the real-life Guantanamo Bay. But
yes, that would be a good idea.
Just remove it entirely.
Is Guantanamo Bay still a thing?
I'm not sure.
Aurelia says yes. And I'm inclined to think that it might be, to be honest, because that sounds about right. It shouldn't be. It's an absolute travesty. But yeah, that probably means that it's still around.
There is absolutely no right.
Yeah.
Still happening. They still got people holding people without trial, probably without much evidence, and they're just like.
Currently, there are 30 people there.
Blimey heck. That's kind of sobering, actually, isn't it?
Yeah. Anyway.
Cheers, everybody. Ka-chink. Chocolate milk. This is going to improve my energy output. And I've also got, and I'm just going to eat it, I don't care. I've also got these amazing chocolate hearts.
All the chocolate hearts are so good.
Milk hearts. Yes, these are milk hearts. Chocolatey ones. So good.
Just gonna steal a couple.
Uh-uh.
These are actually pretty damn good.
No, they're very good. Yeah.
You have it back.
There you go. So I'm introducing Aurelia to Norwegian chocolate. Slowly and surely. Every time we go to the supermarket. Well, not every time. Oh, okay, every time. We get like a different something else to try. You know, another chocolate to try. And I don't think we've had any. I think everyone's been a hit so far. I don't think we've had any misses. But that's because we live in Norway and the chocolate's amazing.
Yeah, like Norwegian chocolate is genuinely just really good.
It's just so good. If
The EU chocolate brands just cannot compete. It's incredible.
I don't think they should even try, to be honest. There's no point. We've just won.
It's like, oh, would you like some Hershey's? No.
No, thank you. You know, like I was saying before, that it's difficult to import things into Norway sometimes, and you do end up paying over the odds, and it's like a complex process. But it's not all bad. Like, for example, if you are trying to import Hershey's into Norway, I think that should just be confiscated at customs and disposed of.
Yeah.
Like, that's fine. Like
They could focus on that instead of
hormones.
Trans-related items that I will not name drop on stream.
Okay. Yeah, exactly.
With pictures of anime characters on them.
Yeah, I know exactly the ones you're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, they do enjoy confiscating that. I wonder if they have a. I wonder what they do with it. I wonder if they've got like their own special stockpile.
Imagine the heist on the Norwegian customs.
They got a whole warehouse.
Stockpile.
They got a warehouse of seized products for trans people. And the thing is, I'm actually organising a crew. I don't know if you're interested, if you want in, but I'm organising a crew, and I think we got one last job. Johanna, what do you think?
This is yeah. So this is one of the movies that they show at Guantanamo Bay.
Welcome to the buffet.
It's Trans Ocean's 11.
Yeah, exactly. You son of a bitch.
So, yeah.
There's, oh, I can't find my pieces. Aurelia, I think you've lost a lot of pieces here, and I'm very upset because there's a lot of pieces missing from this bit.
It was me. I stole the pieces.
Was it you?
Yeah.
That doesn't surprise
While
me.
they weren't looking,
That
I
doesn't
took them.
surprise me in the least.
I took them all.
Yeah, I'm just not seeing anything, and I'm really struggling.
You thought the heist was the thing we were talking about, but actually
It's happening
the heist
under my
was me
nose.
stealing your Lego.
Yeah, it's like, where are your hands? Show me your hands. Where are they? What are you doing? Okay.
My hands are clean.
Where have they been? We got things happening
You
in the
think I
chat.
wouldn't plan out the heist in such a way that my hands would be clean at the end?
It reminds me of those children's books, Mr. Tickle. In this case, it's Mrs. Tickle. You've got extraordinarily long hands, and they've gone ooh, all the way to my Lego table, and you've stolen my Lego. I can't believe you did it. Right under my nose while I was talking about something similar. How synchronous.
This is how you do a good heist, you know?
Yeah,
You
exactly.
just gotta distract them.
It's misdirection.
And exactly. It's misdirection. It's making sure that they think they know what you're going after. And then right under their
And it's
nose.
like, what? A
You
Lego
steal-
piece is missing. Oh, I found it. Did you put it back? I found it. It's good.
Yeah, of course I
Yeah,
did.
you put it back. Good.
The,
It's like the game's
the,
up.
The bit had expired.
Yeah.
I got bored with it. And at that point, I may as well do the right thing.
Aurelia
and
says that-
return.
Aurelia says that detransition griff sounds like a good way to pay for my transition surgeries. No, it's a brilliant way. It's a really good way.
Yeah.
The only thing is you do have to sell your soul.
So
Checks and balances.
So the real trick is going to have to be to pretend that you're detransitioning
It's like double
to
a double
the
double
gender
agent.
you actually want to transition
It's
to.
like a double bluff, where
Yeah.
to trans people you're like, don't worry about it. I'm not really detransitioning. But then you also are crowdfunding on the other side in order to pay for all your surgeries. It's brilliant. Well, Guantanamo Bay would just be a library openly run by trans lesbians, surely. Oh, there's totally a Woke Guantanamo Bay library. There's in fact a lot of the space, a lot of the real estate for Woke Guantanamo Bay is just a library. Yeah, no, totally. And they are run by trans lesbians, as all good libraries are. In Woke Guantanamo Bay, they force you to recite trans rights or human rights 100 times before you are allowed any meal or toilet break. And also trans men and men, trans women and women, and non-binary people and non-binary people. That's what you have to say before you're allowed to go to the toilet.
Yeah. You have to say the entire thing.
Yeah.
Every time.
Eventually you even start believing it. It's mind control. In Woke Guantanamo Bay, they force you. Oh, sorry, I read that one. Sat she her day. Sat she her day. Right. It's like Saturday, but sat she her day. Yes, that's true. When can we make? Yeah, in Lego, we've had that one. And I think I should get to work on that. Actually, I'm gonna design it in studio, and we're gonna make that. No question. I'll start on the library. Do you want to help me, maybe, Johanna? Do you ever make any virtual Lego?
Just barely.
It's good fun.
I've installed the thing and I've looked at it a little bit, and then I got distracted by something else,
It's cool. The thing
which
is
I
cool.
think was trying to fight my enormous Warhammer backlog a little.
Okay.
Yeah.
Storage.
This shelf over here, this is all Warhammer. Except the stuff on
wondering.
top, that's Gundam and Transformers.
Wow. You
Yeah.
can give us a little tour if you like. Up to you. If your camera
No,
is...
I will not be doing that because it would be cumbersome and also shameful.
Okay. and if you can't be bothered, that's actually a very perfectly valid reason. It's like, I just don't care enough to do it. That's cool. That's cool.
There's also Lego behind me there.
Yeah, no, I
As you
saw the
can
Lego, because I saw the Optimus. Is it Optimus Prime on the top of that shelf?
Yeah, it's up
No,
there.
that's what I thought it was. Yeah, I saw that. That's really cool. I haven't got that one. I wish I did. Let's get to a chat.
It's a really fun build.
I would assume if the OG one, the original gangster Guantanamo Bay, is gone, there are simply others we've never had any publicity about. Well, the OG's still there, but also I certainly wouldn't assume that it's the only one either. There's probably are ones that we don't know about. That's just the one that people even know about, right? Munoz, ooh, Chucky Hearts, nice. That reminds me that I need to get some snackies for my birthday this week. Ooh, it's your birthday, happy birthday. How old are you? If you want to tell us. If you don't want to tell us, it's fine. 25, I assume. I disagree, says Aurelia. I disagree, and she bangs her hand on the table, I suspect. And she says, Anton Berg. And that's a Danish chocolate manufacturer. But honestly, in a chocolate off, which is a real thing, in a chocolate off between Anton Berg and Freya, chocolate manufacturer in Norway, I'm afraid Freya's gonna win. Freya's gonna wipe your chocolatey ass. Oh, that sounds wrong.
Chocolate off.
Fun Family Gaming, hello. Nice to see you in my chat. We got a first time chat from Fun Family Gaming. Sorry that I took so long to get to the chat. I've been distracted talking about woke Guantanamo Bay, which is a very fun subject. And so what are we building? We're building the treehouse. This is the Lego treehouse. This is it in the background, poorly lit. We are more than halfway through. I think we're at least 3/4 of the way through. I'm now just building this little room here. I mean, I'm not actually, I'm just chatting right now, but I will get back to it very soon. Yeah, no, okay. And then I read the second comment that you said, and you figured it out. And so that's cool. That's cool. We're building the treehouse. Ginger Bay's here. Meow to you too. Nice to see you. Happy Sunday. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Storage. Hello. Yes, she's hiding it all from us. It's behind me. I know. There's no easy way to... Well, I suppose I could just put it there. Which is what I should have done in the first place, really, isn't it? So, oh gosh, it is quite heavy, and I really don't want to drop it. There we go. There we go. It's sort of visible. There you go. There it is. It's visible, pretty much, sort of.
You don't have like a secondary build cam or something? I mean, I'm not seeing it because.
I mean, I've got various cameras. I've got this one, which is for my desk. And I've got this one. And then I've also got a wide angle version of this one. Which is pretty good. But do I have a third camera? No. No, I wish I did. That would be nice.
Because, I mean, I'm just saying stuff. I'm not actually watching the real version of the stream as far as I'm aware. I'm just in this strange little space.
Are you looking at me right now? Is this my finger pointing at you? Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Because you're still looking at it from the green room. If you look at it from the... Yeah, if you actually watch the stream, then you can see what's happening for real. That's the real thing. Yeah.
I should probably be doing that instead of sitting here.
I mean, it's up to you. You can just look at me from that funny angle if you like. Get a good view of the underside of my chin. But that's so actually thinking about it, I do have a third camera because that's my Mac. But it's also just pointed at me in a bad way, and I'd never really use the camera. But that is another camera, I suppose. Maybe I could use it. I don't know. Like, the camera's fine. It's not as good as the ones I'm using. Ooh.
I confused myself massively by opening the other stream without muting this one first. Or, like, without muting the guest room first.
Yes, it will double. Yeah, I know. You got to mute the audio on the tab. That's why I couldn't hear you while I was starting the stream, because I was only listening to you through OBS. I can't.
Yeah.
So I'm actually monitoring the audio properly. I can't do both. It's
I'm so unfamiliar with this Twitch stuff. Holy shit.
It's a complicated ecosystem, to be honest, and there's a lot of things to learn, a lot of things that can go wrong, and very often do.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a PG. It's not a PG, Ginger Bay. It's not a PG stream, as you've maybe gathered, but it's not exactly PG, but it's also not R-rated. We don't want to be too far adult, but we also don't want to, we're not like, hand puppets and kind of, hey kids. It's halfway between that. It's like not condescending, open to have a bit of silly fun, dipping our toes into adult subjects, but at the same time we're not gonna talk about sex, baby. Not too much anyway. Well, not really at all, unfortunately.
We can acknowledge knowing about the concept.
We can acknowledge knowing about it. When two people are very much in love, then a baby happens, and that's basically it. I mean, that is all.
They get like a bird and they get a bee, and they take those two into the bedroom.
Yeah, I think so.
And then they get like duct tape. I'm not sure.
And then what happens?
I don't know.
This sounds like animal cruelty, to be honest, and I'm not sure that we are allowed. Well, I don't know if we should talk about duct taping animals to the
and see,
bedroom.
this is where we get into R-rated territory if I go into further detail, which is why we will leave it at this.
We'll leave the rest for the viewer's imagination. It's fairly obvious what's going to happen at that point. The RSPCA is called, and you're arrested for animal cruelty.
Ask your teacher in biology class. Your cool biology teacher.
Yeah, the cool biology teachers, they'll explain it to you, and they'll explain it to you in a really fun way. It is bizarre how strict it is sometimes. Balls would fly, though, I imagine. Yeah, exactly. If you want to type in balls into the chat, like footballs, beach balls, basketballs, tennis balls, that's I see no reason why we can't allow that. Moonrose is always 21. How long have you been 21, Moonrose? Because I'm just starting to have suspicions. Storage says, I really want to clip that. Which part? Which bit? You can. Clip as much as you like. Everyone clip. We have had monthly clipping competitions where at the end of the month, I review the best clips of the month and we have a winner. And I think I missed last month's. Sorry about that. But I fully intend to do it this month. And so that will probably be... How many days are in June? That'll be next Sunday, won't it? Yeah. Yeah, there's not less than 30 days in June. So that'll be next Sunday. And I'll be having another guest next Sunday. And I've temporarily forgotten who they are, but they're very good. That's just the standard. Just like my current guest, who's also extremely good. She's a very good guest. Thank you for joining us, Johanna. It's really good fun. I still want to talk to you about passing, though.
Oh yeah, passing privilege.
Yes, but not yet. Not yet.
Okay.
Because we've got to get to the end of the chat. We've got to.
We do.
And then we can check it off and we can start talking again. Right, Story says, but you're not going to clip it because it's courting a bad reputation. I don't remember. I don't know which bit you want to clip, but honestly, you should clip it. And if it's no good, I can delete it. But I'd rather take the chance and see. I would like to see Blobby hanging off the treehouse like a delightful pink King Kong. Yeah, it's like attacking the treehouse. And there's like planes flying around him. And then he grabs one of the children from the treehouse. I don't know what happens next. Biology is wild. What would a dolphin do? What would a dolphin do? This is the questions that we ask ourselves every day. It's like some people will be like, what would Jesus do in this situation? Or what would Superman do? Or Supergirl or whatever. I always ask, what would a dolphin do? And then do the opposite, because dolphins are nasty. Right, the beating the chocolatier comment. I just... Yeah. Okay, you should clip it though. I don't know if it's too late to easily do it, but you should definitely go back and clip that. And if you don't, then I will. Someone needs to clip it. No, I think it's fine. Clip away. Like clip away. And if I realize that it's like, oh yeah, I went a bit too far, then we delete the clip. It's not a problem. It's fine. But I'll be I'd like to be the judge of what's too far and what's not.
I feel like large parts of my contributions to this will end up having to go on the cutting room floor.
No, I don't think so. Because you've just been talking mostly about lasers. I don't recall anything else, quite honestly.
Yeah, no bizarre statements about detention camps.
No, but also I think that's fine as well. So the main thing is sexual content, right? We can't talk about sexual stuff.
True.
And that is the main thing. But on Woke Guantanamo Bay, that's definitely not allowed. There's no none of that can take place between the inmates.
Woke Guantanamo Bay has banned sex.
Unlike
political reasons.
Unlike every other
ones.
prison in the US, this is not. You can't do that in this one.
Oh.
Yeah, no, totally. We can always memorialize things in Discord and copy them. But also I think it's fine. The thing is, I actually think that probably is fine. I think I think the Lego Group PLC will enjoy that part of the stream immensely, and then forbid me from ever mentioning Lego again. Right, passing privilege. You tell me.
Passing.
Because it's a complicated subject, isn't it? It is a complicated subject. A lot of trans women, especially latest transitioners such as myself, aspire to pass, mistakenly or not. Like as in, is that even something that you should aspire to? And maybe not, because isn't the concept of passing. So there's a couple of things. Passing is basically almost, in a sense, trying to hide that you're trans. Now, I'm not so if this is something that's very important to you, and you're trying to pass, and you're doing lots and lots of things, and I'm being a bit devil's advocate here, is the aim of passing to basically try to pass and try to pass as a cis woman and deny your transness, and because of the fact that you're sort of ashamed of it, because it's like being trans is seen as a negative thing, having a trans body is seen as an aberration and not normal, and therefore you should always aspire to be a cis person as opposed to a trans person. Thoughts?
Yeah. So passing discourse is always really interesting, because there are a lot of angles that people are approaching it from. There's a sort of like gender norms angle. Should we be enforcing these gender norms? Should we blah, blah, blah? But then there's also a practical angle of just materially, if you pass as a trans person, you are safer.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Just straight up, this is
Sure.
undeniably true.
It's
you
undeniably true.
Yeah. But then on the other hand, for non-binary people, passing is an ill-defined concept to begin with.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't necessarily even mean more safety for a non-binary person, or to instantly read as non-binary, because there's no clear benefit to that in terms of safety.
A non-binary
It's
person wanting to pass is almost denying what it means to be non-binary, isn't it?
Here I would be assuming that passing as non-binary in this case would mean people look at you and they instantly say, that's a non-binary person.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever that means.
Right.
So,
that's concept.
Hypothetically, this is what I'm running with for the non-binary passing idea.
Yeah.
And of course, that's dependent on cultural signifiers and blah, blah, blah. But, the passing privilege thing, fundamentally, it ends up being this, safety incentives, but also playing into the gender roles. And I think...
And sort of reinforcing...
Way too often, trans women get a trans people generally get a disproportionate amount of blame for gender roles that we had no power to create.
That's cool.
Oh, you're just mimicking gender stereotypes, but I didn't make those gender stereotypes in the first place, and
yeah, we just need to we just need to unblock the term gay, because the term gay is fine. It's not derogatory, even though I'm sure it was used in a derogatory way by the Russian, no less. What a surprise, a Russian person being homophobic and transphobic in the stream. I'm not sure that's ever happened before. How interesting.
Russians? I've never heard of
I
this
thought that
before.
all Russians were really, really cool and happy and really kind of... No, actually, Russians are the worst. Russians are the worst. And honestly, I'm at the point now where I'm just kind of thinking...
The one Russian I actually know...
If you're Russian, you're banned. That's it, literally, because I can't be asked anymore with Russians. Every single Russian
the one Russian I actually know is a queer trans man, so...
Yeah, and that's a shame, because honestly, your country sucks, guys. Your country is absolute dog shit. And I'm sick of you coming into my stream, Russians, and immediately being homophobic and transphobic. If you're a cool Russian who actually believes that everyone should be able to love who they like and live as they like and not, because they're not hurting anyone, then let yourself be known. And after this point, if because I don't believe you exist, and after this point, I'm just going to say, if you're Russian and you speak any Russian in this stream, one of the rules is that you are going to automatically get banned. I think that's just fine, right? Rules, no Russians. Because I'm sick of you. I'm sick of you.
Russophobia on stream today.
I mean, it's not a phobia of Russians. It's a phobia of transphobe. It's like I can't be bothered with transphobes anymore.
I'm just being I'm being a silly goober over here. Don't worry about it.
Every single Russian though, every single Russian that comes into my stream is a massive fucking twat, without fail. And there's been lots of them. So at this point, I'm just like, if you're Russian, automatic ban. Sorry guys, that's it.
Yeah, understandable. Yeah,
I gave you the benefit of the doubt. And I've been doing it for years now, and I can't do it anymore. You've proven who you are.
Very unfortunate.
Yeah, it is so unfortunate that, what's happened to Russia. Because obviously there's nothing about Russian people that is different from any other human being in the world. It's just the fact that they live in Russia and they have been, they've been poisoned. Their minds have been poisoned by the administration, and now they think that they can just come into people's streams and just try to be horrible to them with no consequences. And I'm afraid there are consequences.
Yeah. I mean, Russian propaganda networks online are incredibly far-reaching. It's really weird.
Yeah.
And sometimes I do wonder what even is the point of like investing resources into just harassing random people online. But I mean, clearly someone thinks it's worthwhile, so it's something we have to deal with.
It is something we got to deal with, and
yeah.
Unfortunately, that hurts. That hurts good people, and I'm sure there are many good people in Russia. But you live in.
For example, my friend who's a trans guy living in Russia.
Yeah, I mean, I know an asylum seeker who she managed to get into Norway. She managed to escape Russia, because for obvious reasons, actually, because she's trans and she's cool. She's a decent person. But of course she was persecuted by the very system that encourages people to come into chats and be just horrible and abusive. So that's a system that is worth escaping from. And I very much hope that Norway hurries up and grants her application as an asylum seeker, because the process is quite long and not very good. I really do feel for her sometimes. It's like it should just be a no-brainer. It should just be like, yeah, you can. Your application's been processed. It's like it's obvious why.
Yeah, like, oh yeah, transgender.
Yeah, transgender. Oh,
Let's
okay,
go.
yeah, no problem.
You can come to Norway, which is famously a place where trans people have no problems whatsoever.
I wouldn't say that, but at the same time, I would also say that it's a lot better than Russia.
Yes. True.
Just because it's not perfect doesn't mean it's not a massive improvement.
But we can circle back to passing privilege stuff though, because I do have some.
They derailed us. I'm so sorry, and I just I
do have some
got a bit annoyed
stuff to say about like my own experience with it, because I was like fully expecting that I would have to put in a lot of work to obtain passing privilege when I was starting out. I was like, okay, the situation going on here is kind of a disaster. I am already 26. My face is all kinds of fucked up by testosterone, obviously.
Testosterone does that.
We are in it for the long haul here, and it's gonna be some time of just having to push through being visibly trans. And then in October of 2022, I went on a work trip to France.
Yeah.
And I was on the airplane just chilling, and the plane crew person guy goes like, "And for you, madame?"
Oh.
And I'm like, huh? What?
That's nice.
And I keep just going around in France, doing my business, completely failing to navigate through Paris because Paris is a horrible place to travel around by public transport
Yeah.
when the public transport isn't functioning, which it wasn't at the time.
Oh, right, okay. Strikes.
No, there was maintenance on the train or
Oh,
whatever.
okay.
Yeah, and I went to the wrong airport because there's several airports in Paris, which
Yeah, okay.
yeah.
You went to the wrong airport.
So
That's terrible.
and I kept noticing that like people kept going, "Madame, madame,
Oh,
madame,
wow.
madame."
How cool.
I was like, "What is going on here? I am
So wait, hold on.
not."
So you'd started HRT at this point, or was this?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I was not even a year on HRT at that point.
Okay.
And I was like, what is it? What is it? This is strange. I mean, I'm scrungly today.
So how
But
were you?
okay.
How were you presenting as well? So this was another question. So were you going for the more obvious kind of feminine look, or were you keeping it fairly gender neutral, or what were you?
I was wearing jeans and a t-shirt and a jacket.
Yeah.
Like my general sort of like completely anyone could wear this outfits, and I was just really confused, and throughout the thing, I mean, I was introducing myself by my name and stuff, and I was just kind of like, yeah, I'm Johanna, hello, and I hyperfixated on voice training in 2021, so I easily got through that stuff.
Okay, cool. So you were
which
doing
I guess has been
you were doing a femme voice then.
Yeah.
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 Okay, and that's that makes a massive difference actually.
It does make a massive difference, but I was still going like, yeah, someone's going to figure it out eventually when I'm at this conference. I mean, it's going to happen,
Yeah.
and I mean, it's not that hard to figure out. And throughout the thing, like, I was talking to people. We were talking mostly about science, and then there was this one conversation at lunch where this guy was like, "So, do you watch a lot of ContraPoints?"
Hmm.
And I went,
Oops, been clogged.
"Well, yes, I do watch a lot of ContraPoints." Oh, okay, cool. Do you have a Tumblr? I was like, I mean, I have been on Tumblr, yeah. And I was like, this is I think this is an interesting line of questioning. I think I know. And I was just like, and eventually I was just going like, yeah. So is this like a subtle way of communicating that you've clocked me? And he was like, what?
Huh?
I was like, what? And it turns out the guy had no idea. He just figured I was a lesbian shit poster or something.
Yeah. Well, still a good thing to be.
Yeah.
So he did clock you in a way, just not in the way that you thought he'd clocked you.
Yeah, and I was like, oh no. So that was the one person at that entire thing who figured out that I was trans, because I just straight up told him.
Because you told him. It doesn't take much deduction at that point.
Yeah, and I've just been continuously surprised by, oh, okay, I guess I fell into passing by accident. I didn't even have a good hormone dosage regimen at the time. I wasn't Spyro. Like, okay. Completely undeserved passing privilege. Amazing.
Well, does anyone deserve it?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, that's the thing, though. Like, privileges generally aren't something you have earned or deserved in any way. And of course, the narrative of people deserving things generally is always a bit dodgy, because people, like, the opportunity to work for something and the opportunity to quote unquote earn something it's a sort of limited thing, and people are just kind of, you know.
Yeah. So I'm gendered. I'm never misgendered. And unless they clock me and then do it on purpose, just because they're really
Yeah.
nasty people. But day to day life, I'm never misgendered. People just automatically. They either understand that I'm, whatever I am. If nothing else, I'm female, and I think that that's a combination of the way I present, the fact that I do tend to wear makeup, not all the time, but I do tend to. That I've got long hair. That there's a bunch of things where it's like, I'm over that threshold where, they understand that I am some kind of woman. And that's that's kind of nice, and that's similar to you actually. It happened it happened pretty quick, but mine was a very different journey, obviously, because I started my transition when I was I started HRT just after my 45th birthday, so considerably older than you, and then I didn't go full time. I didn't change my presentation until I went until I went to facial team in Spain and got facial surgery. And at that point, that's the bit where I was like, right, this is, so I've gone from presenting male and now I'm suddenly full time and female. And I still didn't have I hadn't voice trained. I still didn't have a matching voice or anything. But from that point on, I was kind of gendered female, basically, and people gendered me female. And so that was cool. Now, the question of whether I earned it, I'm privileged, right? I am privileged because of the fact that I could afford to do that, and I was in a position in my life where I was able to do that, and that's that was something that I feel lucky to have been able to get to that point. I don't think that it's I spent a lot of money and stuff, but I also understand that I've been kind of lucky in many ways in my life, in order that so that I could get to that point. And also I've done a lot I've done a lot of things in that past life as well, which I do feel very disconnected from, actually. I feel very disconnected from that past life. It's almost like it happened to someone else. But I do kind of have the memories, which is sort of weird. It's like I watched it. It's a bit like I was really into this TV show that went on for many, many seasons, and I was like watching it. But I remember what happened in it. But that can't possibly have happened actually to me. It must have happened to the people who I was watching on TV. But actually, it was me.
Yeah, I have a sort of similar view of it, except my pre-transition life was kind of uneventful. Like, I stayed home a lot. I didn't really maintain all that many friendships. At some point, I did get a master's degree in theoretical physics, but I'm the kind of person who can just barely study, go to the exam, and get an A anyway. So, yeah.
Lucky.
Yeah. So, there was very little actually going on before I transitioned.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I lived a full life. I had a career. I had a wife. I had children. Had houses and cars and all these kinds of things. And I did, and this was a conscious decision that I made when I was actually younger than you, because I had the opportunity to transition when I was around 22, and I had this this massive fork in the road ahead of me. I knew it was a big deal, and I just didn't think I could transition, and I in the end I didn't do it, but I've lived a full life instead, and I've done many things, and I did everything that I could to try to be happy and try to kind of just forget about that to a certain extent. I never could, I never could forget about it. I knew exactly what I was and who I was.
Of course.
But I did everything I could to try to be happy, and nothing really
I
worked.
just played Dark Souls a lot. I just
Right.
played incredibly huge amounts of Dark Souls.
Yeah, I played a lot of video games. Yeah,
Yeah.
escaped. It's good ways. There are definitely good ways to escape real life and the reality of bad situations, and I've done them all. I'm an expert in doing that, actually.
Yes. Coping mechanisms and deeply closeted trans women. Maybe
Yeah.
more iconic to you.
Yeah. But it's we've obviously we've had different, very different paths, I guess. But there's also a lot of commonality. I think there always is with any trans person. There's always this kind of connection where it's like, I know exactly where you're coming from, and I've had the same thoughts, and I've had the same kind of self doubts and self realizations, and and I understand. We get the opportunity to understand what it means to be human and the difference between the gender roles and all this kind of thing. We have a better perspective than 99% of the people on this planet.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like in some ways my transition experience has been so smooth and uninteresting as to almost be an insult to the people who have it harder.
Oh, you feel guilty?
Because, I mean,
You've
the
got
thing that
transition
happened
guilt.
was I got hired for a PhD position in a different town.
Right.
So I moved out on my own, and I lived on my own for 3 months before going like, shit, I'm transgender. I've got to do something about this now. Within the year, I had gotten on HRT through a private clinic, which I was able to afford going to because of the well-paying job I've been hired for and the low expenses of living on my own.
Well done.
Yeah, and I got laser on my face, and it took care of the main thing that prevented presentation as a woman, and I haven't had to save up for any surgeries because I don't feel like getting any.
Yeah, and that's great as well. That's really cool that you're able to do that. I mean, I've had literally, again, totally opposite, and I've had all the surgeries pretty much, and still have at least one on the horizon. It's been a tough 2.5 years. Honestly, I'm sort of traumatized from the whole thing. I have this massive aversion to hospitals and to. I mean, it wasn't my favorite place to start with, but now I kind of feel. I really don't like them. I really, really don't like them, and the things I've had to do and the pain and discomfort that I've had to, go through. Like, I wouldn't have done it if it wasn't important. It was super important. I had to do it, and I'm really glad that I'm on the other side. But it's still sort of psychologically a bit damaging. Just have to go through that. And it's a shame. It's like cis people don't need to do that. Cis people don't have to go through all these kinds of things that we have to go through, and that's not fair, is it? It's not fair.
Yeah, it's like, damn, I can't believe most people get this for free.
Yeah, exactly. They just get so much for free.
Like, it comes built in. They don't even have to do anything.
Yeah, they just live their life and have standard problems like, oh, I wish I could get this pay rise, or my boss hates me, or oh, I'm not sure, is my wife cheating on me, or it's like standard problems, like boring. You should try having some of my problems.
I have so much more interesting problems. I'm so privileged in what interesting challenges I have to take on in life.
Exactly. It's living life on hard mode. It's like, you should try on the harder difficulty, guys. Doing it, cruising through on easy mode, where you've got
Actually, these trans people have it way too cool with all these interesting challenges they have to deal with, and need to recognize the privilege they have in avoiding the boredom of.
That's Darvo. We're gonna catch up with chat because we've let it get away with us again, I'm afraid. So we were talking about Russians, and not in a good way. Hold on, let's just. let's just see. Yeah, that's where it happened. The story says it was literally just gay. So we can imagine any context we like. Yay, pride. Yeah, maybe the Russian came in and so they just literally said gay, right? So maybe they just were like, and the next, before you could block, so you blocked them, but before they didn't have chance to actually just start congratulating us on pride and stuff. And I'm sure that was going to be the next sentence, isn't it? It's one of the panels. You're talking between yourselves. Yep. So I had some big branches fall in the yard I needed to take care of. Sure, I have a 2-meter tall burn pile. So what's a bit more? 2 meter tall. That's going to make a good old fire. Is that so? Are you going to be lighting that tonight? Make sure it's away from property and anything else that can combust. I have a Serbian friend, says Storage, who was complaining his town was overrun by Russians trying to escape having to be in the war. And I was just like, of all the ways to respond, they just really did not help. It looks like the Cyrillic thing is only blocked for an hour. Oh, okay. And you're going to see if you can make it permanent. So we can block. So we're actually blocking the Cyrillic, the Russian language version of that term or whatever. And I think that's actually fine. I think we can probably just, is there a way to just block all Russian language though? That's the question. Like that would actually be quite useful at this point. I know it sounds a little bit like I'm throwing the babies out with the bathwater, but at the same time, all the babies are rotten. And so I think we just have to throw them out at this point and start again with the babies. Every Russian who escapes from Putin's megalomania is a bonus. There's lots of good Russians out there. None of them are in my chat. Okay, yeah, that's made it permanent. Cool. So, well, it says I'm dying from heat and out of refreshing cool drink. Oh no, do you want me to water you? I thought it was the other way around. Like, usually it's you water me. And we haven't had a single redeem so far on the stream. And I'm just wondering if they're not working. Can someone do a redeem so I can see if the water is working, please? Because I haven't noticed any. I might need to tweak something. Storage says, I would take, do you have a tumbler, as a massive insult on general principles.
Water!
Yeah.
Water!
Thank you.
Tumblr is not a website you should be bringing up in public.
I don't really have anything to drink. I don't know where my water's gone. Okay, I actually don't have anything to drink, so that could be an issue. Yes. And so you've never been on the internet, and you are actually cool, Storage. You know what? I'm not sure I believe you. Oh, we gotta. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna try and balance this book on my head. Oh gosh, that's not possible. How do you even do it? This one's a really slippery book. Okay, I'm gonna do some stretching. It's a good book to balance on your head, though, I gotta say. If you're gonna balance any book on your head, you should make it this one. And also, it's good to read as well. Don't know if that went without saying. Should do. Thank you, Aurelia.
You're welcome.
Water. Ace Venom says I was misgendered on purpose by one of my cousins. He tried to dead name me, but called me by my deceased brother's name by accident. Fail on his part. It sounds like a massive fail on multiple levels on his part, to be honest with you there. But I'm glad he also had a transphobia fail as well. But honestly, once you start being transphobic, it's automatically fail.
I love when they fail at the transphobia.
Yeah, like they're trying to do a transphobia, and they didn't do it exactly.
I'm just waiting for the day someone just goes up to me and condescendingly says, "Oh, sweetie, you aren't a man. You're just a confused lesbian."
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, the opposite way. Yeah.
Exactly.
Moonrose says, I tend to dress in skirts and tops and have tried to cultivate my voice, especially since I started streaming a couple of years ago. And I guess I must pass in public because I've yet to be confronted by anyone questioning my gender, at least locally. Good news. The only people who even reference it in passing have been medical professionals, which is kind of understandable, but I have no complaints about the care I received when I was going through bowel cancer. They were all just amazing people, and seriously, I've been in a lot of hospitals, met a lot of medical staff and stuff, and like by and large, not 100%, but by and large, they have been really, really good. My most recent time when I had my left breast implant removed at Rikshospital in Oslo, all the staff there were fantastic. They were just so nice, and they took care of me and were just really understanding and kind and compassionate. And I have a massive amount of respect for medical professionals, especially when they're like that. Generally, the only people who have had difficulty with my pronouns have been family members, probably due to the long association with my pre-transition self. Same. How was it for you, Johanna? Did your family and friends manage to make the switch fairly easily, or was it a bit of a painful process for them? Because not everyone transitions in isolation. That we obviously. We transition, but our families and the people around us and people who know us and close to us, they sort of have to go through a bit of a transition as well, just rewiring the neurons in order to understand that we're women. Or men.
I mean, my parents took a while simply because, I live pretty far away from them, and I don't get that many chances to visit, so it was a process where, like, getting to actually see me in real life was... and reinforced what was actually going on was a little bit difficult. But they came around, and they always had the intention of supporting as much as they could. And I got really lucky there.
That's great. That's really good. It's so important to have a supportive family, but in specifically supportive parents. It's just it's real. It makes a real difference to how our quality of life. If you are the parent of a transgender child, then
at work it's all good.
Yeah, that's cool. I think generally trans parents, people who are parents to trans people. In my experience, it is becoming like the amount of information out there, the amount of resources available, the amount of support outside of the family. Is much, much better, so in schools and that kind of thing. It's much, much better than it has been, for a lot of recent history. So it's definitely improving in most countries, in most civilized countries.
Yeah, it is getting better, and it's getting better really rapidly.
Yeah.
Of course, the danger is the looming backswing on the horizon, but I do think a lot of the increasing bigotry we're seeing right now is sort of like the kicking and screaming.
It's the response, of course, yeah.
In response to a cultural shift that's got enough inertia that I don't think it's going to be very easy to fight back against.
It's going to be. It's very difficult to fight back against. That's why they're so desperate and so, so nasty about it, because. It's all they have left now. They can't be. It's very difficult for them to be civilized and appear to be reasonable when most people just do not agree with them at all and kind of see them for what they are, which is bigots.
Yeah, I mean, all in all, most people just don't give a shit about trans people. Like, they want to mind their own business and and think it's really weird to have any investment in this issue without being directly affected by it.
Yeah, and they certainly don't see us as a threat or as some kind of minority who is inherently to be feared or is excessively violent as opposed to the rest of the human population. They just don't see that, and why should they? Because it's literally not true. It's counterintuitive, but that's what transphobia does. It rots your brain. It makes us into monsters, where we don't even, especially, and they so rarely have any even contact with us, so they're just xenophobic and fear the unknown. It's not rational, and it is on its way out, I certainly hope. Just like homophobia is, and racism is something that society tended to, that's not necessarily endorsed, but kind of you could get away with it a lot of the time. Nowadays you can't. You would struggle to get away with saying some of the stuff that people used to kind of say regularly 10 or 20 years ago concerning, gay people and things like that. And I would certainly hope that that's going to be the case. That's going to be true for trans people as well. Within the next 5 or 10 years, I would certainly hope that people just are not able to do it because of this, the societal stigma that will follow them, by them being trans. And it's already sort of happening. It's like they're trying to rebrand themselves as punk, aren't they? Have you seen that?
Yeah, I did see that. It's incredibly cringe.
Unbelievable. It's unbelievably cringe.
It's I always think attempts to try and make punk reactionary are just. I mean,
it's unbelievable. J.K. Rowling was like, I bought my T-shirt. It's like turf is the new punk. I bought my T-shirt, and I'm like, well, you should wear it. You should wear that T-shirt, Joanne, all the time. You should wear that T-shirt. You should take photographs of yourself wearing that T-shirt. Everyone should see you in that T-shirt, Joanne. I think let's just let everyone in the whole world see you in that T-shirt, Joanne Rowling.
I always think it's very funny when people start talking to Joanne like that.
Apparently, she really hates being called Joanne. Like she doesn't like being called Joanne, which is her name. Her name is Joanne, but she doesn't like it, which is weird.
Well, that's fine. She can go by Robert, and I can be the cooler Joanne who actually enjoys the name.
You picked your name, whereas she got her name given to her by her mummy, which is cooler. Which one is cooler?
Yeah, I picked mine, and then I also had it approved by my mum. So.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. I mean, it's less cool because your mum approved. If your mum didn't like it, that would be even better. But never mind.
I mean, then it would be cool and rebellious as opposed to cool and healthy.
Being transgender and picking names that your mum doesn't like, that's real punk.
True.
Generally, the only people... Oh, no, sorry, I read that, Moonrose. Sorry, I read that. Yeah, we've been talking about that. Aurelia says, raise his hand in barely study to go to exam and get an A crowd in the past. Rex, hi, Mayor, esteemed guests and peeps. Hello, Rex, how you doing? Rex is in Australia, and it's probably quite late in the day for you, but I'm glad to see you here. Aurelia says, I just have doctor-phobia at this point. Well, you have doctor-phobia because you've had really bad experiences in the trans healthcare system from doctors not being very nice to you. Yeah, I got like surgery phobia,
Yeah. By the way, I am going to have to head out in not that long because of the thing at 5 that I mentioned. I was sticking around until I have to go get dressed or whatever.
Yeah, no, that's cool. Yeah, you gonna dress up for it, or what are you doing?
I'm going to change out of my shorts and into jeans.
Oh wow, that's the real proper dress up. Nice.
And I'm gonna put some socks on too.
Did you see my recent tweet? I sat on this sofa drinking green drink and getting ready to go out partying. That's why I'm a little slow today, because it was a long night. I got in about 2:00. And I actually woke up at about 5:00 this morning. Didn't feel very good, strangely. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to cancel. I'm gonna have to cancel this stream. I'm sorry, Johanna. Where's my phone? And I didn't do it. And I just went back to sleep again. And then I woke up about 10 o'clock and I'm like, right, yeah, let's do it. Come on, let's go. So just to let you know, it's this close. It was close.
These things happen.
Yeah, these things happen. I did it to myself. But the funny thing is, I was like, all right, I'm not going to drink anymore. That's it now. That was my last drink. I'm in a good place. I don't need to drink anymore. I'm going to dance. Just going to have fun. If I do get anything, I'll get a Coke or whatever. And then I won a blooming karaoke competition and I got a free drink as a prize. so I was like, yeah, all right, I'll have one more. It's ironic. Isn't it ironic? Don't you think? A little bit too ironic, honestly. No, it is dangerous. I cannot hold my alcohol anymore at all.
Yeah, I was never good at drinking alcohol, so now I get one alcohol and I'm like, wow, this is a lot.
I had more than one. Let me put it that way. Oh, Ponder, hello. Do you know any female to male trans people? This is a question to me, maybe, but it can be a question to you too, Johanna. Do I know many? I don't know many. I know some. I know, like, let me think. So I'm friends with an MB. I'm friends with a trans man. Do I know any more? I mean, I know of more, and I've kind of interacted with them a bit on Twitter and stuff, but I don't think I know any in real life now. But
I know
just
so many trans dudes.
Yeah, you know a lot. Cool.
Just an incredible number of them. And I actually knew a bunch of trans guys before I knew any trans women.
That's
because
interesting.
The nerdy spaces I was in when I was a teenager had a lot of trans guys for some reason, and very, very few people assigned male at birth generally, actually.
Yeah, okay. That's funny.
It was quite strange.
Yeah. No, I always enjoy the company of trans men. The Souls-like community has a lot of elitists who are like, you didn't complete the game unless you live up to these very hard requirements. I feel like the same applies to cis people. Were you even living life if you had it this easy? Well, a lot of them don't. A lot of them just drift through life, and then they're like, oh, that's my life. I did it. Okay. And then they die. We definitely lived.
You're cisgender, and you took over your dad's business.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there you go.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Wow. You really lived an interesting life there. What's the most interesting thing you've done? Oh, it was a vacation you went on? What did you do on the vacation?
The lives of
you sat by the pool?
To be honest, that is a pretty good vacation. I mean, that's fair. I wish I could sit by a pool. I wish I could sit by a pool. But if that's the most interesting thing you ever did in your life,
yeah.
Hold my beer.
Oh, you went backpacking through Europe. Wow. How did you fund that? Was it your dad? Was it your dad who funded the backpacking trip? So amazing. So amazing. That must have been so hard for you.
Crowning achievement. I changed my entire gender. I follow a bunch of people on Tumblr. So this is trans men. Yeah, so you follow a bunch of trans men on Tumblr. And you're not on Tumblr, but you do follow them on Tumblr. And it's fascinating seeing the rad femme bullshit from their angle. It's really rough, and I don't see it talked about much elsewhere. It's a different perspective, but it's very valid, yes.
I mean, anti-trans masculinity is very interesting ideologically because it has this sort of infantilizing and fake protective angle to it.
Yeah.
As opposed to the sort of
so condescending,
fear-mongering and monstering involved in trans misogyny. And you see it even like inside the community that like these sort of attitudes inform the weird toxic ways that trans masc people are treated, with the entire like, oh, ooh, soft boy, versus the more like almost predatory treatment that a lot of trans women get. And
they're
very different.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're very different, and they certainly like deserve to be discussed, both of them, because you can't just say that anti-trans masculinity is like just transphobia. It has some of its own traits that that like you can't easily get by just extending trans woman experiences to or and just taking away the like uniquely trans misogynist parts.
Totally. You know, I'd like to get a trans guy on as a guest for one Sunday stream. I think that'd be fantastic. If anyone has any suggestions, so for example, Johanna, if you know any trans guys, you know, ideally reasonably high profile, who are comfortable on camera, who'd like to, you know, talk about being trans as a guy, that would be super good. I'd be very interested in that discussion because it's a perspective that, like, I don't feel qualified to talk about, honestly, and I'd love to hear it from their point of view.
I don't know, go to Oslo Pride and see if you can catch one of
one. I'll take my net.
catch one of the podcast boys, maybe.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool. And of course, if anyone's got any suggestions or
you
knows
know the
anyone,
penguin ones.
let me know. Always happy to get guest recommendations. I do have a reasonably full schedule for July already, but no, there's always space.
Yeah, I do have to be out the door in like 15 minutes though, so
Okay.
I think I will be
You need to head
heading off.
Okay, well, it's been an absolute joy and a pleasure, Johanna. I hope you have a fantastic time this afternoon.
Yeah, I've had a fun time here.
Well, that's good. So I hope the good times continue. It's been really cool.
Chat, I appreciate you. You're cool.
Yeah, they are cool actually. Chat generally quite cool, apart from that one nasty version. So have a great time, Johanna. I'll see you again soon, I guess. When do you have any plans to come to Oslo at any point? Because if you do, then just drop me, just call me.
No specific plans. No specific plans right now, but we'll see.
Whenever you are. Whenever you're back in town, we'll go for a coffee.
Absolutely.
That'd be cool.
I will inform you as soon as I'm back in town.
Awesome.
In Oslo.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. And everyone say goodbye to Johanna and thank her for joining us. It's been really cool. It's been a fun time. I'll let you log off at your leisure.
I'm just waiting for chat to say something. Otherwise, I'll feel bad.
Okay.
You know, if chat doesn't say goodbye, Johanna,
They might be all asleep.
I will be devastated emotionally.
Yeah.
I will be the saddest person who has ever been on Meja stream. You will have completely failed me.
No, the saddest person who's ever been on Meja's stream is Meja.
Yeah.
But not today. Today's been fun. Today's been really fun.
Hell yeah. Okay.
Okay, you got it.
Enough dilly-dallying. Bye-bye.
Mwah. She's gone. Oh, thank God. I thought she'd never go. No, that was really good. I really enjoyed talking to Johanna. She's a wonderful, wonderful young woman. Norwegian trans woman who it's fun to talk to. Yeah. And not only that, but she's super duper smart. She's some kind of scientist, I don't know. Right, I just realised that I didn't put any music on at all in this stream, which is weird because I really thought I had. No, I forgot to press the play button. There's the music. Sometimes I just forget. When I get a guest, you know, the music is actually substituted for my guest's lovely voice. So that's why I forgot. But we have music now. I am going to go on a little break, and once I'm back from my break, I promise I will catch up with chat with all your comments on chat. I promise. Pinky promise. See you soon. CET, Central European Time, is 5 hours before this. So 20 to 4 means it's 10. Okay, 20 to 11. Thank you already. Yeah, you saved me having to do some maths then. Thank God. It's like, that's art, isn't it? That's modern art. Thank you for that, Carl. That's made me laugh quite a lot, actually. It's not a bad thing. Yeah, Radius construction's looking good too. Do you want to see what Radius doing at the moment? Yeah, you do. Of course you do. Here's how it's going for Aurelia. Is it possibly just the track? Because the track's kind of quite layered. That's annoying. Can someone do a clip? If someone does a clip, I can check. I can then replay the clip with nothing else. That could work, couldn't it? Yeah, that could work. This is my wash bag of dirty clothes. I'm just gonna put that. There, now you can see my. Oh, shit. No, let's put that back. That's fine. That's fine now. And if you saw something, no, you didn't. If you think you saw something, then no, you didn't. You didn't see anything. The equivalent of, anyway, this has already been built. This is a pre-loved Lego. Aurelia's pre-loved it. That sounds worse than I wanted it to, but she has spent many hours pre-loving it for me. It's not getting any better. And so so now I've got the sloppy seconds. Headphones. Okay, cool. I need to just modify my setup a little bit. There we go. Let's put that there. Let's bring this round. Hey, Mama. Oh, fuck. Shit, Alex. There. That's better. Just messing around a little bit, improving things. These are called stream improvements. Yeah, it's not quite the right angle, is it? Oh, that's worse. What am I doing? Still worse. That'll do. Stop messing around, Maya. I'll catch you with chat. Yes, fine. Yes, I will. Fine. I assumed for the longest time everyone knew I was. Oh, thank you for the wavy monster minnows. Everyone knew I was trans, which my girlfriend at the time told me I shouldn't think that because some peeps that wouldn't put me in the safest position, really, who don't like trans people, and that I do look cis. I had no idea I was passing. Still proud to be trans. You know, it's cool. It's great to pass, honestly. It's nice to pass and just not have that worry. And it's not like there's nothing you can do about it. If you are lucky enough to pass, it's not like you can just kind of paint on a fake beard or something, and why would you anyway? Yeah, don't do that. That's a silly idea. Please don't do that. Yeah. It's a tricky one, isn't it? I do feel for women who desperately want to pass and who are late transitioners and don't, and probably never will, and you know, because sometimes it feels like it kind of eats them up a bit, you know. Hey, DJ Mrs. Zura just subscribed. Thank you so much for the subscription, DJ Mrs. Zura. Very much appreciated. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. Glad you're having a good time. So anyway, that's cool, Ginger Bay. Really cool. Transphobia is a mental illness, Aurelia says, and she's correct, and Ginger Bay agrees. Everyone agrees with that, except for transphobes. They always call us the mentally ill ones, but we're not. My parents were initially not very supportive, says Ace Venom, but they did come around. Cool. Punk by its nature is not reactionary, of course it's not. The fun thing is punk has a surprisingly similar etymological history as gay. It's kept drifting in and out of referring to prostitutes and queer people as it goes along. Says I'm punk and gay and punk and gay. Interesting. Oh, that's a pretty good dance move. If you're wondering about how to dance, that's a good dance move. Just think punk and gay if you're trying to dance. Gay drifts to the gaudy side of things. Punk drifts to the rough side. But they really do go hand in hand over about 400 years, says Storage. Storage knows a lot of funny things, doesn't he? Knows a lot of funny things, which are sort of interesting. Thank you for sharing your vast knowledge of things. Up under. Some of the ones I know have had trouble with the male hormones messing with their bones. What do you mean? So some of the trans guys, have had trouble with testosterone messing with their bones. What did they do to their bones? Default Queen, we got a first time chat from Default Queen. Sorry, it's been a while since I managed to get up to the chats, but I'm here now. Hopefully you are too. Do Lego provide PDF files for sets? That's pretty awesome. They do. All you have to do is just go to lego.com. In fact, the best thing to do, just go to Google and type in, Lego Treehouse instructions, which is probably what I just did to get these. At the top of the page on the first hit, possibly, it'll take you to the Lego website and it'll be the PDF file for the instructions. Lego do provide PDF files for all Lego sets. Pretty much all, not all actually. Some of the older Lego sets, the ones from maybe pre-80s, are a bit patchy as far as PDF instructions go. But there's gonna be there's going to be PDFs for any of the recent ones for sure. After about 2000 onwards, probably should be 100%. Anything before that might be a bit patchy. You probably can still get them, but they may not be a PDF. You might have to get them from an external site, possibly not lego.com. But yeah, it's really a cool thing. And you can so that means that you don't, you can put all your instructions into storage, for example. Just put them in the loft, put them in a big box in the loft. This is what I did. And then just if you ever want to build the set again, because it's nice to have them, it's nice to keep them, right? Because they're part of the Lego set. But if you ever want to just build the set again, you don't have to dig those instructions out. You just open up your Mac or your iPad or whatever you got, and just have them. I've got them here on my iPad right now. Just scrolling through them. I scroll through up and down. It shows it on the screen. See? So it's quite a cool way to do it. Yeah, it was nice to meet Johanna, wasn't it? She was cool. I mean, I've met her before, actually, obviously. Yeah, sort of interesting stories. Don't get ideas above your station. Default Queen says, ooh, that's useful for some of my old sets. Have their instructions lost or ripped? And we got a new follower, Winette341988. Thank you for the follow, Winette. Hope you're having a fantastic Sunday. It's really useful actually to get those old instructions. I'm just going to carry on building a little bit more. I'm building the roofs of my tree. The roofs? Is it roofs or roofs? Hoofs or hooves? I don't know. Multiple roofs. I'm building multiple roofs for my treehouse now. Because there are 3 buildings on the treehouse. And they have these beautiful dark blue roofs. Roofs? I'm questioning it now. I don't know. Building hats. So I'm going to build these building hats. And yeah, as I say, any really old ones, it may not be on lego.com, but you can certainly find them in other places. Just Google. The best thing to do is if you know the set number, because all Lego sets have like a number, have like a catalog number. If you know the number, then you can type in Lego, then the number, and then instructions. And Google will provide you with, one way or another, you will almost certainly find instructions. Most of them will be from lego.com, but some of the older sets may be from somewhere else. I don't know exactly where. There are various quite big Lego sites, independent ones, which have archives of instructions. Like people just upload photos of them, from the original instructions. They just upload photos and then you can view them there. I know, because I've done it. Oh, there you go. Gingerbread says, my dad was supportive. It did feel like he was mourning a son for a bit, even though he didn't say it. Yeah, mourning. That's interesting. Like, feeling like you're losing something. Mourning what you thought you had. Because so your dad never really had a son. This is something that it's often quite difficult for cis people to get their head around. It's like, oh, why are you turning into a woman? Why did you decide to become a woman? It's like, no one decides to become a woman, and certainly no man has ever just decided, oh, I'm going to be a woman. This is not a thing that is possible to happen. It's just not possible. We were always women. I think that's an important thing for cis people to kind of understand and try and get their heads around. But obviously it takes a little bit of readjustment, mental readjustment, but they get it eventually, they get it. Default Queen, also in relation to the bones thing, right? That makes sense, as osteoporosis is mostly related to the female hormones. You've got osteopenia. What's osteopenia? I don't know that one. I think, so my understanding is that a lack of any major dominant hormone, so for example, if you're not producing your own hormones anymore, and I'm not doing sex hormones, and I'm not doing, because I have no gonads, so my primary sex hormone, it has to be externally applied, or whatever you call it. Now, if I stopped doing that, if I dropped off that kind of dosage, or if suddenly I couldn't get it anymore, or I was denied it for whatever horrible reasons, then yes, after a while, after some years, I would definitely develop bone problems, because those hormones are vital in making sure that your bones are strong and not brittle. Oh, I'm gonna put this on. Question is which one? Oh, the green one. That's quite useful. It's colour. Oh, no, it's not the green one. It's the red one. It's the red one. That's where I'm putting it. So the other way around. So that's something that you need to be. Well, as a trans person, I suppose you do need to be aware of that. Shouldn't be an issue. Hopefully. And also strength training. So going to the gym, lifting heavy weights, and just general exercises like that. Perhaps sports that require you to use your muscles. So those kinds of things can improve bone strength as well. It just rests on there, doesn't it? It just rests. That feels weird, but it just rests. Thank you for the follow. Treek24 is following us. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic day. This is looking quite nice now. So it's literally just a case of me building these roofs. Someone tell me how to say it. I don't know what the plural of a roof is. I thought I did. It's like one of those things, I thought I knew this, and now I can't think what it is. Storage says, mystifying automod there. Bones thing isn't family friendly. Is he talking about your bone? As in like my hand bone, my arm bone, my leg bone, connected to my knee bone? I don't know. Yeah, it's essentially brittle bones. Yeah, okay, so yeah, that's what it is. Hey Errol, how you doing? Just dropping in to say hi. We'll rewatch the VOD. Video on demand later. If you do miss any of my streams, then I generally they're all recorded to VOD. The VODs last, I think, 10 days. Could be 10 days, and then they go from Twitch. However, when I remember to, I do try to back them up to YouTube, because I have a YouTube channel as well, and that's basically just an archive of all my streams. If you want to watch me make various Lego builds, some official sets, some of my own creations, you should check out the YouTube channel. Hey, look at this! Default Queen is gifting tier 1 subscriptions. Thank you, Default Queen. Default Queen just gifted 2 tier 1 subscriptions to the Transbricks community. Thank you so much. That's wonderful. Mwah. There she is. There's Default Queen. Playing. I don't know. What is that? What are you playing there, Default Queen? I can't tell what it is. It's Apex Legends. I've not played that one, so that's why I didn't know. Yeah, looks like a fun game. Thank you very much for the gifted subs there, Default Queen. It's a wonderful gift. Thank you for the support. Oh, hold on, I'll do the hearts. Hold on, will the heart work? Come on, iPhone, give me the hearts. Give me the hearts. Sometimes it just doesn't want to do it. There's a perfectly good heart there, iPhone. You should recognize it, but it's not doing. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, anyway, yeah, thanks for popping in. Have a great day. Have a really good Sunday. So Errol's been packing and you're on your way home, so you're not really here. Okay, you're not really here. You're a figment of everybody's imagination. Ginger Bear, he totally loves me, this is your dad, and who I am, and thinks of me as his daughter. It was just an observation, a feeling in his time of adjustment I noticed. And that's perfectly natural. Everyone has this, no one can just make or very few people can just make that switch quite seamlessly and naturally. I gotta say, my brother's one of those though. My brother's one of the few people who could. He has been 100% supportive of me and my journey from the very get-go, and whereas a lot of people were like, oh gosh, really? Oh, that's so sad. It's like, okay. My brother was like, I'm so proud of you, I'm so happy for you, I think that's fantastic, sis, and sister, and I'm like, this is the way it should be. This is the way it should be. Cis people, you could learn a lot of things from my very cool cis brother. He's my cis bro, I'm his trans cis. Oh, hold on. He's my cis bro and I'm his trans cis. That's amazing what I just said then. It even makes sense. That's kind of funny. I'm going to tell him that. Ginger Bay, I can't words. Words are tricky. Most of the time, Maya. Thanks for being patient with me. It's okay. I'm a bit neurospicy. A lot of people are neurospicy. Yeah, you're in good company. I'm a little neurospicy as well. It's just a little bit of on the top. It's not like super hot. It's not like, ooh, I'm not sure I'm enjoying this. It's like, tasty. No, I'm sure every neurospicy person is enjoyable in their own way. You just have to okay, this metaphor, I'm struggling now and I'm not going to carry on. It's a stupid metaphor and I regret ever starting it. Story says, I've never been able to aim in games. I am merely cannon fodder. Well, cannon fodder is an important role as well. It's just like, storage, we need a distraction. And we think you are just the person for the job. Like, we know you can't shoot, but could you just run and make yourself really obvious? So we're gonna do a pincer movement or whatever you do, like a crab. Everyone has their role to play. Aurelia says, no worries, neurospecificity is perfectly welcome here. It's very welcome, despite what impression I may have just given. My baby sister's been amazing all the way through my transition. And I'm so happy for you, Aurelia. That's, it's really nice. I think siblings can be. I mean, it wasn't like it was a big surprise to my brother. He knew I was trans, right? My whole family did. But it was just when I said, I am going to transition. That's, and he was like, oh, But I think, along with a lot of other people, he could see how difficult things were for me. Things were not easy. Ginger Bay says, my sis has been freaking awesome from the get-go too. That's super cool. I'm so happy to hear about these things. Ooh, the music's a bit tense. Yeah, this music's too tense. I'm going to change it. I don't want tense music. I want chill music, please. We're going to try synthwave, because synthwave is often quite good. Dancing to some real good tunes last night, actually. Real good. I don't know what they were, but the vibe was great. Storage says they could learn a lot about beard care from him too. Storage says. My brother has so many things to teach cis people. I don't know if beard care is one of them, to be honest, but yeah, maybe. He's got a big old beard. Aurelia says, no lie, but Maya's brother has a magnificent beard. Neither soup nor crumbs have sullied that wonder. Honestly, I dread to think what he's had to wash out from it. I shudder thinking about it. I'm not I don't know if I'm the world's biggest beard fan, to be honest. Obviously, I've had my mind pretty much 90% removed. But for other people, for other guys, I don't know. I think we've had this discussion before, haven't we? Don't want to retread old ground here, but I don't know. I flip-flop on the whole issue. I flip and I flop. Yes. Done that. This is kind of stressful too, but in a slightly more cool way. Ginger Bay says, my sister has been my biggest supporter. Wonderful. I imagine a lot of girls who didn't think they had a sis would be psyched to find out that they do. I think you might be right, actually. Yeah. But also, was it so you came out to her, right? And then said, and I'm transitioning, at the same time, or was it? Did she already know? Because my brother already knew that I was trans. Such polite people in my chat. That's right. Reddy says, I mean, I can appreciate a guy having a great beard and still not be into beards. Yeah, no, totally. feel of it, you know, when you have to get close to the beard. I mean, it's okay. It does depend on the beard, I think. I also understand the worth of a good wine, even if I can't appreciate it myself. Yeah, like, you know, when I'm ruler of the world, I will not ban beards, you know, don't get me wrong. I think that would be an overreach. Ginger Bay, she was the first person I came out to. No, I just told her I was trans and she said she'd still love me if I were a baboon. That's really nice. Now what? So I think I might be able to finish this set today, maybe. Oh, okay, well, it's 4:45 here. I'm looking at a fair amount of Lego. Not you can't necessarily see it all, but I'm looking at a fair amount of Lego. Yeah, all Lego sets come with paper instructions. Deeper. Oh, it fell off. Again? There we go. So I think my next guest for next Sunday is Natasha. I'm going to just double check. I'm pretty sure it is Natasha. So let's just... got a message from I think I've written it down, haven't I? On our Discord. Stream guest schedule. Yeah, it's Natasha Kennedy. 30th of June. I think that's going to be a fun old chat. Natasha's really cool, actually. We'll find out all about Natasha and what makes Natasha tick. Storage says, oh, would you be interested in filling Explosive Barrel's raid slot? He's doing his second annual LGBTQ raid train and there's a single weird gap left in it on Thursday, 4th of July in the morning. Raids, so you mean someone to raid, so I would be the person who he raids. Of course, I'd love to have Explosive Barrel raiding me. So just let me, Thursday, July the 4th in the morning. So what, our morning? Because I don't normally stream in the morning, but obviously I can make an exception, I think. Let me just double check my calendar though, because... So it's going to be 10 a.m. UK time, which is 11 o'clock here. So that's actually fine, I think. I can start a stream earlier than that, yeah. Get raided. Let's just check the calendar, because I don't want to promise something I can't do. Yeah, no, I don't have anything there. I don't think I've got anything on the 4th of July. So, normally I would stream in the late afternoon, evening, but I'll stream in the morning and be raided. That'd be awesome. Yeah, Storage, thank you very much. Just let me know when that's confirmed. Storage, Explosive Barrel is a great streamer. If you're not following them, can we get a shout out to Explosive Barrel, please? It's for 2 hours. So yeah, let him know. I mean, it's for 2 hours. So I don't quite get the format. If you want to just explain it to me, but again, you could do that in the Discord if you like. But in principle, totally cool. Yeah. Why did we not get the automatic? Normally we get an automatic clip then. It didn't work. Where is it? Do I not have it on this one? No, there it is.
Let's do that, because I know we've got a boss after this.
Finally, Stream
Can't
Elements
just
wakes up.
do whatever he wants. That was to the image of the fishman sprite just above Nina's back. Face sprite was absolutely fine. Groose! Wait, you're gonna have to find it for us, to show it us, unless we see it again. We're trapped, let's blow it up and run, right? The only option is suicide attempt. It's like,
Cool. What was he playing there? That looked kind of fun. Thanks for the shout out. Just noticed I got some messages from someone. Just gonna check out what's going on now. Ooh, someone's invited me to be a guest. Probably on the same day. Hold on. Yeah, okay, this is Thursday evenings. So it doesn't clash. It's still on a Thursday though, so it's going to be a busy Thursday that day, if that's the same day. No, man. I've just been invited as a guest from someone else. I'll talk to them about it. Yeah, I've never been a guest actually on someone else's stream. Have I? Have I? Yeah, I said that and now I'm not sure. Don't think I have been. Okay, so the raid train format is a load of people sign up, and for about 4 days in a row, each one raids into the next, which ideally brings a lot of new people together. Right, okay, a raid train, yeah, they're pretty great, huh? So I've never been in a raid train before, so this will be my first time. I'm happy to participate. And so I will be raiding someone else, right? And that will be, you know, that'll be a kind of a predetermined thing, yes? Oh no. Right, we all have to be on our best behavior when Explosive Barrel raids us. Last year was Gay Pride, this year it's Gay Sloth. And I'd be raiding into Needle's Edge, whoever they are. Right, well, hey, can we get a shout out to Needle's Edge and check them out? Thank you. Yeah, you anticipated that perfectly.
What? Yes. No. No. No, sorry, it's just
That's a good clip. That was quite funny. Earlier, yeah, exactly. Someone raids into your stream, and then at a set time, you raid into the next one. Oh my gosh, a set time, right? Yeah, of course. I gotta do it. Oh yeah. Okay, but that's fine. I can do that. I can do that. Some kind of. I'm sure that just requires some kind of ability to be organized. That doesn't sound so hard. How hard can that be? Ooh, what have I done? I've done it wrong. Speaking of organization. you already follow Needle's Edge. They are wonderful. What do they do? I didn't really get a feel for what they do. I mean, I got a good vibe, but I didn't get an understanding of what they do. I assume they're just a VTuber who plays games. Gaming. Okay, so I've done this roof. I will now apply the roof. So this is the green roof, and it goes here. It just sits on top. There's nothing to click. It just sits on top. And then we're going to make the last one now. We're getting through the Lego. Slowly but surely. What often happens is that I speed up. As I get to the end of a set, I just kind of speed up. Mostly because the Lego's easier to find. Story says, if there's no room this time, there's been like 3 other raid trains for Pride. We can just start bullying our way into other trains for a laugh. Yeah, make sure they can also, do they accept bribes? Because that's also something we could consider. Potentially, I don't know. Yeah, Aurelia says I can help with making sure you raid at the right time, and storage can help, and all my mods can help. Thank you guys. I do rely on you to help me. Oh, I see. Right, I just need to just copy that. I'm just going to sort it out right now because I don't want to miss the opportunity. How do I find another person? Type that in. No. Oh. How do I find a person on Discord? I don't know how you do it. How do I find a new... How do I type in a new person? Wait, just search, isn't it? Is it just search? There it is. It's got to be that. No, that's just that's searching within the messages. How do I... Wait, is it plus? No, it's not that one. Yeah, I know, but I don't... I got it, but I don't know where to paste it in, you know? Here we go. Add friend? Do I have to friend them, or can I just start talking to them? It is add friend, okay. And then I send a friend request. Then I send a friend request to yeah, I guess that makes sense. I'm sending a friend request, which was immediately accepted. Gosh, that was like super quick. And now where are they? Oh, I don't like Discord. So oh, no. Friend request was sent. Success! Your friend request was sent. Well, good. I'm glad that was successful. Here we go. Now they've accepted. Is it next Thursday? It's not next Thursday. When did you say it was? Thursday, the July the 4th. Was it? When did you say it was? It's July the 4th. Right, there you go. The messages have been sent. Thank you everybody for helping me to organise that, and I hope that should be good. Oh look, explosive barrels in the chat. Well, that would have been a lot easier just to talk to you. Thank you for joining us. But I just sent to you on Discord as well. It's very painful because I don't know how to use Discord very much, so I actually managed to add you as a friend and then send a message to you. But yeah, that sounds really cool. Just let me know what you need from me. And, we'll do some raiding. Some raiding training. Raiding and training. Raiding and training? Oh, I need some refreshments. Aurelia, could you possibly coffee me up, please? Because I feel myself fading. What's the time? Stream time. We're almost at 4 hours now. It's definitely time for something. Thank you, Storage. I will drink my water. Oh, that's better. Yes. Do you like my nail polish? It's a little battered now. That's only after... That's not even 24 hours. That's what nail polish does. It's so rubbish, nail polish. Unless you get it done properly.
You did have an active night.
I had a... Yeah, I mean, these nails have done a lot of things. I don't... You wouldn't even believe where these nails have been. I don't know either, really. Honestly, I'm not sure.
You won't believe what I've done.
No, we got rid of that one, didn't we?
Yeah.
You don't know what I've done. Yeah, you don't know what I've done. I'll just say it instead, because it was just me saying that. So I'm just gonna say that.
Should I start the oven for the bird?
How long's it gonna take?
I'm not actually sure. I'm gonna look that up. But
So
probably
yeah,
like
because
40 minutes to an hour.
yeah, that's cool. Put it on. Yeah, put it on. I'm not gonna do a massive stream today. Like if I don't finish, I don't finish. Hey, Explosive. Explosive is on it like I'm getting paid. Well, it's like you're getting paid, but obviously you're not getting paid for legal reasons. I have to say I'm not getting paid. No, exactly. This is Twitch. I think we're all familiar with the Twitch format. Like, you have to be pretty stratospheric in order to be making a living from this stuff, but we just do it for the love of the game, don't we? We just do it because we love it so much. And we connect with... Like, the thing is, what would I be doing on a Sunday anyway? Would I be chatting to my friends and making Lego? Yeah, probably. So I might as well stream. I might as well stream the experience so everyone can enjoy. That's my philosophy. And if I get a little bit of money for it, that's cool. That's a hypothetical, obviously. Oh, where's this piece then? I don't know. Yeah, there's a few pieces missing here already, I think. And this looks like it could be another one.
What are you looking for?
Looking for a black 2x1 stud with a offset stud. But I don't... I'm just gonna have to go with a dark green. Because there's no alternative, and I just hope that doesn't come back and bite me.
I mean, it will.
great. Something to look forward to.
Maybe,
then, isn't
maybe
it?
you used the dark green at a point where you should. No, maybe you used the black at a point where you should have used the dark green.
No, I got it. I found it. It's gone. It's over there. God damn that piece.
Who's on there again?
We got an escapee, but it's okay. We managed to drag it back.
Prison break!
Explosive's got a bounce. And applaud musicians. Oh, nice. But I'm glad to have you on the train break. Thank you. Thank you. It's good. Happy to be on the train. Explosive.
So excited after we
Here's Meadow. Who's Meadow? Okay, the person raiding into you will be someone called Meadow. Let's see what happens if I shout them out. Are they doing ASMR? She's doing ASMR. That means she's gonna have thousands and thousands of people watching her probably. Because I know how these things work. I should do ASMR. Maybe she's just very, very shy. Yeah, no, that could be it. But that also could be it. But also, I think she's doing ASMR. I should do ASMR as well. Hold on. I don't think ASMR is so difficult. Let's give ASMR a little go. Is everyone sitting comfortably? I'm going to make Lego now. Would you like to see me make Lego? Thank you. I'm trying to do ASMR. Spoiling it. She's spoiling the ASMR experience. This is a very expensive microphone, so I might as well do ASMR with it. Can you even hear that? Because I'm not even sure that the mic's picking it up. I can sort of hear it in my ears, but maybe I have to turn up the gain. I'm not sure. Are you getting chills? Even more so than normal? It is picking it up. Good to know. Good to know. Let's go back to the music. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a trained ASMR professional. Where's the music gone? Let's go back to the chill EDM as well, because I'm not... Hopefully the chill EDM has chilled down again. Did you enjoy that, Tasuda? Well, you know I could do some more if you like. Like, spin the wheel. What should Maya do today? Looking back at the audience for approval. I want to tell you what happened to me last night, but unfortunately I can't. I can't tell you what happened to me last night on the stream, unfortunately, everybody. Even though I really want to. Because I would need to add a certain tag to the channel. Which I don't want to add because I want to become an Lego affiliate. Still. Well, that's sort of stalled. I need to get back on that, actually. I think I've been blacklisted. Look, if I've been blacklisted by Lego and that's it now, my name is forever tainted, which it probably is, to be fair, then I will... Oh, I'm doing something I don't even need to do. I'm looking for a piece that I don't even need to put down. There we go. Yeah, then I'll just go back to my terrible, terrible ways. Maybe there's an audience, maybe there's an audience for Lego. Literally just building Lego. But ASMR style, just the whole stream would be me ASMRing while I'm building the Lego. Like, would that be a thing? Do you think that would be a thing? Is that how I make all my millions? Could be. Hey, should we have a vote? Let's have a poll. Storage, would you like to set up a poll? I can on Discord. I sure can on Discord. but it's gonna be in the so you're okay. It's gonna be in the subscriber only section because there's various sections in the subscriber only section on our Discord. You automatically get when you subscribe, because when you pay for a subscription on Twitch, that means that you have got a credit card, presumably. If you got one of those, you are of a certain age, and that means you get access to various areas of our Discord channel. Areas which I can tell you what happened to me last night. It's a fun story. Seriously, it's a fun story. I will tell you one thing that happened, which is fine, but it's also fun. It's also a fun story, and I'll do that after I call it with chat. Because I kind of feel I've left a bit of chat, haven't I? I've left a bit of chat when I'm faffing around with things. Hold on, let me just see what I missed. Cool. Ginger says they're on a big weight loss journey and have lost a lot, which is great. I'm happy for them. So this is your sister. It's fantastic. And Aurelia is also trying to lose a bit of weight, and she's doing really well, I think, at the moment. It's just, maybe a diet combined with more active lifestyle, but it's nothing radical. It's just gotta be consistent. Right, is this a poll about ASMR Lego? I think it might be. I'd watch it, whatever. It's not my thing, maybe. I don't know what ASMR is, or I'm watching it already. This is a kind of a vague, abstract poll. Pick an answer that you feel works for you. It's a funny poll. And I'm going to vote some as well on one of them. I do know what ASMR is. Can't say it. It's like I'm gonna vote that one. I don't know. Thanks for the poll, guys. That was a storage poll, wasn't it? I think that was a storage poll because it's like bizarre. Like, is this a poll? Is this even a poll? It's like, yes, this is storage. Aha! I am breaking the bounds of the very fabric of reality. I am subverting your expectations in the most delicious way. Storage, you said, you can talk to someone without being a friend. I've literally only just sent you one at you. So in other words, we're not friends. Glad to get that confirmed. Honestly, that's sort of a relief. Because I didn't want to say anything, and I'm just really glad that you finally said something. We got a runner-up. We got a tied position. Is this a poll about ASMR Lego? I think it might be. And then someone said, and then lots of people said, it's not my thing, maybe. I don't really get ASMR either. I sort of enjoy listening to it, and it's kind of relaxing, but I don't get the full effect. It feels like I'm sort of missing something, Because people get tingles and all these things that a lot of people get, and I don't really get them. I just kind of like, oh, this is kind of chill, this is kind of nice. But I guess that's enough. That's fine for me. Yeah, and this is Aurelia's actually. It matched so I chose one outfit last night and then swapped. But these nails match my first outfit choice perfectly, which is a shame because I didn't swap my outfit. But my second outfit, I was happier with it, so that's the main thing. And then I still had cool nails. Story says, I don't have a mobile, so I am still thoroughly shocked when people respond instantly on Discord. Yeah, it's because on a mobile you get these things called notifications, and it's complicated, but it's you should maybe think about. I don't know. Is this something? So you're adamant you're never gonna have a mobile phone? Laura Skywalker is here. Hello, it's nice to see you. Good morning to you. For me, it's afternoon, almost late afternoon, I would say. But it's morning where you are. Laura, personally, I think your personality shines through more in non-ASMR videos. Oh, you know, you're probably right. I think ASMR might be crippling in some ways. That's the thing with a lot of these, you sort of have to, what's the word? I mean, yeah, you do sort of have to dehumanize yourself in a sense, don't you? You have to be happy to just kind of dehumanize yourself, and so I don't know how my personality would shine through in ASMR. I don't know, is it possible though? Is it possible that it would? I don't know. I don't want to handicap myself. But I'm also open to the possibility of being able to express myself in multiple ways. Like that, you know, that sounds reasonable, right? Especially if it involves a sponsorship deal with Coca-Cola. I think then I'd be able to express myself in whatever way they like. Earlier, I do feel like we haven't gone out for much exercise the past week or two, Maya. Yeah, no, I rode up a massive hill earlier and burned about 1,000 calories, and then immediately got a puncture when I was going on the descent. I was on the trail following the kids, because all the kids are out there on the big mountain bikes and the full face helmets, and I was like, woohoo, this is going to be great. And then I got a puncture straight away. I was absolutely gutted. I literally burned about 1,000 calories getting up this big mountain. And I was so looking forward to that descent. And then I was going to buy a ticket for the train, because there's actually a train that goes up, and they all get on the train with the mountain bikes. And I was like, I'm going to do one run, self-powered, you know, riding up the hill, so then I earn it, and I make, you know, burn a lot of energy. It's really good for me. I need to have my fitness. This is a thing. And then I'm going to buy a ticket and spend that, because you get an hour on the ticket, and then I'm going to ride as many runs as I can on the, you know, going up and down on the train. Well, not down on the train, but up on the train. Didn't happen, but the weather is looking really good this week, so I'm very hopeful I'm going to be able to get back out on my bike again. It's been raining for the last couple of days, but I'm going to get back up out on my bike when the trails have dried, and I'm going to smash them. Those trails absolutely smashed. Trust me, they will be so smashed. Really looking forward to it, honestly. I like riding my bike. Storage says, I guess, and hold on, Aurelia says, you can also set Discord up so only friends or people you share servers with can talk to you. Well, I'm glad that Explosive Barrel didn't do that, because then I wouldn't have been able to talk to him. I guess I understand it when it's like Turkish barber massage ASMR. But I strongly suspect they have not fulfilled the ASMR brief. What is Turkish barber ASMR? Oh, I know what it is, because there are videos like that, aren't there? And you hear the snipping and the... I don't know. I wasn't going to do that, though. Space Biff Man, howdy. Howdy to you too. How is the treehouse coming along? It's going pretty well. Making the roof. Or one of the roofs. This is the last roof, because there's three. There's 3 little blue roofs that I gotta put on each of these 3 little buildings on the treehouse. And I'm building the last one now. Just putting together the last roof. Thank you for popping in my chat. I hope you're having a fantastic Sunday. That's another bit. Ooh. I'm kind of thirsty. I need to drink a bit more. I feel my mind going. My mind is going. Dave. So Lara says, same. I like some ASMR content creators and think their videos are chill, but no tingles. No tingles. I don't get the tingles. Who gets the tingles? Is there anyone out there who does get tingles from ASMR? Like, I feel like I'm in the majority, honestly. It seems less common to get the tingles than it is to get them. No, more yeah, no. Oh, you got them once?
Once.
Huh, maybe it's something you can practice. I mean, when I'm listening to music, I do get goosebumps and things. So it's not like my body will not get autonomous responses from, external stimuli. So, music, something that's really kind of emotional, or, then I will totally get goosebumps and chills and things like that. It's wonderful. And then I'll burst into massive rivers of tears. That's another that's another response to an external stimuli. That bit's optional, honestly. Depends on the time of the month. Sunday's going alright so far. Hope everyone else's is too. Space Spiffman. So you know what? It sounds to me like... Space Spiffman. That's the kind of username I would expect from a very English person. But you could be American. What is so... That's me just guessing. Where are you based? I just never need a mobile that does anything fancy. Sure. Oh no, you are American. You're American, that's cool. Don't be sad. It's okay to be American. There are other Americans here. You can... I understand. But it's okay. It will be okay. Just, cry on my shoulder. I'm English, right? So we're pretty much in the same boat, really. It's like, yay, I'm English. I feel like I have to apologize for it, honestly, and rightly so. Sorry, I'm English. Sorry about that, everybody.
Apologize so much.
Yeah, no, Canadians have got this reputation for apologising, but actually they have a lot less to apologise for. Like, some stuff, for sure, right? They do have... No, they do have some stuff to apologise for. Yeah. But, maybe less than either US or English people. But honestly, I didn't vote for any of this. Honestly. And even if I... Yeah. Our leaders, eh? Then again, says Lara Skywalker, I think Lego prefers people for LAN, Lego Ambassador Network, who don't have a personality. Oh, that's a burn, So ASMR could help you in that way. Look, if the whole Lego Ambassador thing doesn't work out, Ambassador Network, then I will, I'm going to just let my hair down, maybe. We're just going to let rip. We're going to rebel. No, we're not, Lego. If you watch, we're not. We really want that ambassadorship. Thank you, please. There's ASMR for you. Yes, we as in together already. You did say that. I understand that. But of course, you can go out as well and do your thing. Don't, And that would be great. Like, and I know you sort of do to a certain extent, but maybe not to as much of an extent as when I grab you, push you out the door, grab your hair and just pull you along to make sure you get exercise. Which is what I do. No, I know, it's great. We do have a fun time. And the area around here is there's some really nice walks. There's some really nice little areas. And we've gone exploring and found some cool places. And we are basically in, fairly central Oslo. Not central, but pretty close to centre. Walkable. And we found some amazing places. Stuff that you would not expect in a capital city of a country, honestly. It's like, what's this field doing here? Why is there a tractor? Wait, hold on, we are in Oslo right now, yeah? I think it's brilliant. Every city should have that. It's the token city farmer with his token field and tractor. And he's what?
Token silage bales.
Yes, and he's token silage bales. I don't know what that is, but yeah. Aurelia's making dinner.
Remember those white bales we passed?
Yeah.
That's silage bales.
Is that what's that? I don't know.
They're fermenting.
The fermenting.
Yep.
What's menting? I thought I was going to... I really like a good smashing. Excuse me? Rex? I like... No. I like to smash. The trails on my mountain bike. You're so bad. Yeah, that's how a lot of people feel from the US and UK, I think, at this point in time. It's not anything to be proud of, but that's the thing. It's like it's the people who are like super nationalistic or patriotic or whatever word you want to call it. Like you could have been born anywhere. Why are you so happy to have just been accidentally born in a particular country? There's a lot of denial. Not just in the US, but in the UK too. A lot of denial about the past. A lot of ignorance about it. A lot of people think the UK is not racist. I'm sorry, I just can't say that with a straight face. Right, we are on to, look at this. Check this out. We are on, no. We're on to bag 14. Not that there are any bags, because this is a chaos build. But we're on to bag 14, and we're now going to build the top of the tree. And, oh my god, this chicken smells good. Oh my goodness me. So a chaos build is when the Lego is just all over the table. There's no numbered bags. Usually it's because the Lego's been built already and it's been taken apart and I'm building it again. So when you buy a normal Lego set, it comes in numbered bags. It makes the process so much easier because you start with bag 1, you build that, you open bag 2, you build that, and it's you're not dealing with a huge amount of just random Lego everywhere. But that's a very boring way to build it. But also it's there was no option because this was a set that was pre-built. So chaos builds are sort of fun. There's definitely a lot more possibility for getting things wrong, for not being able to find pieces, for things falling on the floor, for lack of desk space. Yeah, I don't know. It's chaos. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Whoa, you first. That was a sneeze. Speaking of apologising for being English, says Storage. Finally read Heart of Darkness. Why did nobody tell me what a banger it was? Heart of Darkness. Wait, hold on. Heart of Darkness. Heart of Darkness. This is it's a novella by Polish-English novelist Joseph Conrad. It was written in 1899. So this is because there's some disambiguation going on here, but I'm assuming this is what you're talking about, yeah? It will be. It will be. So yeah, Joseph Conrad, in which the sailor, it's a novella, it's by the Polish-English novelist Joseph Conrad, in which the sailor Charles Marlowe tells his listeners the story of his assignment as steamer captain for a Belgian company in the African interior. The novel is widely regarded as a critique of European colonial rule in Africa, whilst also examining the themes of power dynamics and morality. Although Conrad does not name the river on which most of the narrative takes place, at the time of writing the Congo Free State, the location of the large and economically important Congo River was a private colony of Belgium's King Leopold II. Marlowe is given a text by Kurtz, an ivory trader working on a trading station far up the river who has gone native. He's gone native, old chap, and is the subject of Marlowe's expedition. Central to Conrad's work is the idea that there is little difference between civilized people and savages in quotes, I hope. Heart of Darkness implicitly comments on imperialism and racism. The novella's setting provides the frame for Marlowe's story of his fascination for the prolific ivory trader Kurtz. Conrad draws parallels between London, the greatest town on earth, that sounds familiar, doesn't it, and Africa as places of darkness. Oh yeah, in 1998, the Modern Library ranked Heart of Darkness 67th on the list of the 100 best novels in English of the 20th century. Which is quite an endorsement, isn't it? So yeah, I can understand that was probably a thrilling read. An important read, an important book. Not one I've read actually, but yeah, that'd probably be good actually. Earlier says, at the end of the day, it's no modern day Brits' fault. They were born in the country that stole the world. Yeah, but we gave some of it back. Most of it, a bit. We kept a bunch of stuff, obviously. It's ours now. It's like we're literally just burgled. We just literally went round countries, burglarizing them, stealing all the shit, and then putting it in a, just saying, right, this is ours now. Nice golden scepter. I like the look of that. Be a shame if something happened to that. It's just ridiculous. And then there's countries come back and say, well, now that we're all a bit more civilized, can we have it back? It's like, no, sorry, no. It's ours, really, isn't it now? It's ours. I was like, what? Yeah, no, it's ours. It was never ours. Give it back. God damn it. Oh. I think they have given stuff back. Some stuff back, but not all. It is really his treehouse. But since we moved up here, I figured I'd take it apart and lend it to Maya for stream purposes. I have repurposed it. It's providing a very valuable service. I know, it's a big one, isn't it? It's big old sneeze, that. Hope it didn't scare anyone too much. The thing that really hits home is it's nearly 100 years after slavery was ended, but it really just digs horribly into what Africa looked like after and during the colonialism we pretended we didn't know about. Yeah, the stuff that we did to a lot of these countries is indefensible. And what's even more wrong is that a lot of this is it's just not mentioned in British society. It's not taught in British schools. You have to go out of the standard education system of British society in order to learn about this stuff, and that in itself is deeply troubling. Those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. And I really don't want to repeat that. I don't think I should be repeated. I really don't. Luckily for the rest of the world is that we are in absolutely no position to be repeating it. So don't worry about it too much. Britain has done a really good job of shooting itself entirely in the foot. And then pretending that the shooting of the foot was a great success. The main critique is it's fully from the white perspective, which is rather othering, but it's genuinely fascinating. Also funny sometimes. It's a witty and engaging thing, not a worthy and dowy one. Cool. That's the way it should be. That's why it's a good book, because it's readable, and that very important that a book should be readable, right? I guess. Slavery in the Trinigal trade. I don't know what Trinigal trade is, Aurelia. Are horrible things, and they sort of still exist to some degree nowadays. The triangle trade still runs 100%, and slavery is just more hidden now. Still happening though, isn't it? Yeah, we like to say we ended slavery as if that made everything okay, but Heart of Darkness really screams it was not enough. Pretty much also we started it and then ended it, and they expect to get patted on the back for it. Oh, I don't think that's how it's working. Exactly. That's one thing I do admire Germany for. They're admitting they're really big wrong and actually have some education on what happened in order for history not to repeat, hopefully. A lot of colonial powers pretty much tried to sweep it under the rug, even while still having colonies. Indeed. Is that the Ghostbusters Lego set on the shelf behind you? It is really, really good Lego, that. Yeah, you can see it there. Yeah, if I had the iPad, you'll be able to see it even more. That was such a good build. Honestly, it was so much fun. The whole building experience was brilliant from start to end. Some of the techniques that are employed by the designer are chef's kiss. So yeah, it's amazing. Honestly, I wasn't expecting it to be as good as it was, and it was an incredible experience. Best Lego set I built for a long time. It also looks pretty good. Hey, it's Ghostbusters. So it's got that cool kind of pop culture geekdom street cred. Street cred sounds like the wrong word, but you know what I mean. It's like the opposite almost. Jackie Ripper, hey, how you doing? Yes, we are. Are we forgetting that literally everyone was slaves at some point in history again? Yeah, I guess there has. I mean, you know, history is full of slaves, isn't it? Full of slavery and just people being horrible to other people, people believing that they're superior to other people, to other races or cultures. Yeah. The British called them savages, and it's like, yeah, I don't think the people who are savages are the ones who are being enslaved right now. I think the people who are savages are the ones doing the enslaving. That's barbarism. If the author is themselves white, then I think that's a good thing. A white author should never attempt to portray from the viewpoint of others. No, sure. But we're discussing... Yeah, Story says we're discussing the specific context of the book, Heart of Darkness. It's pretty cool. Cool is maybe the wrong word. It's good. It's good. Yeah, Spaceman is definitely one of my favourites. Also, the DeLorean, the large-scale DeLorean from Back to the Future. Another brilliant build. You can see like less than 5% of my total Lego collection here. Nah, it's not even that, is it? I don't even know what the percentage is, but it's less than 5 for sure. I have a Lego room, but it's not in this house. It's a different house. An entire room dedicated to Lego, you say? Yep. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's a good old room, that. I'll probably be streaming from there again at some point in the not too distant future, actually. Mid-July, I'll probably do a few streams from my old Lego room in the north of Norway. Need to blow off the dust, I think. And then hopefully I'll bring a few more Lego sets down with me when I return to Oslo. Because I do miss my Lego. I have a lot of Lego that's sorted into drawers, so it's all sorted by piece type. I got a lot of sorted Lego, a lot of drawers. You can see that on my YouTube channel, if you check out my YouTube channel. Maybe one of the mods wants to drop that in the link. If you scroll down to some of the older videos, you'll see videos from before I moved to Oslo. And you get a pretty good idea of what I'm talking about. As far as the sorted drawers goes, those are brilliant. I do a lot of my own creations, so that kind of thing is a really amazing resource. Yeah, Rex is going to go get some sleep. Thank you for joining us, Rex. Hope you have a nice sleep. Rex is in Australia. He's not lazy. He's not having a really early night. In fact, anything, he's probably having quite a late night as usual. Good night, Rex. See you soon. Radio says, and since we're on the subject, the way the US tries to control much of the world is just colonialism with extra straps and a checkbook. Yeah. Dill Dane's here. Hello, Dill. How you doing? Happy Midsummer, friends. Happy Midsummer, May. I hope you're thriving today. Hopefully the weekend has been good. It's been a really good weekend, actually, Dill Dane. Thank you. It has been really nice. And yeah, it's Midsummer today. I didn't even know until people started saying on the stream. So, it feels like we should do something, Aurelia. We should light a little fire. I don't know. Let's go outside and set fire to something. I don't know. I'm coming out blank. You know, probably there's probably going to be some organized events, right? This is Oslo. There's probably amazing bonfire celebrations. We should just go and have a look and see what we can see, huh? On the internet initially, and then in the real world. Once we find something. Go away, Fly. Yeah, we are kind of running out of sets for you to build on stream, Maya. We've got, what, 3 sets left right now, 2 of which need to be taken apart. I've got a large Death Star from Star Wars, which can be built. That's chaos. That's complete chaos. We're going to have an Ornithopter from Dune soon. I think that might be my next set. I wouldn't worry too much about it. I'm not too worried really. There's always Lego to be built. And if I don't have anything official to build, I'll just make something up. Always happy to take suggestions on what you'd like to see me build. Oh dear. Right, I got... No. There we are. Yeah, there you go. There's my link to my YouTube. Couldn't get Transbricks on YouTube, unfortunately. I really wish I could. I guess it was taken. So I got Transbrickets. Lara asks, why did you move to Oslo? For work? If you want to share. Yes, yeah, I don't... I'll share. So my wife and I are separating. So she's still up north, and I'm down here in Oslo. We're still on very good terms, but being together is it's not our future, you know. So I had to make a new start, which is a tricky thing to do when you're 48. But it's not the bravest thing I've done. It's just one more thing. Till the Danes, you're overheated too, and 20 degrees C is too much for my Danish jeans. I'm melting. Same Danish jeans already is melting too. You should buy your jeans from a different shop. I think you're buying really heavy jeans. You can get some lighter ones maybe. Hello Anna Christie, how you doing? It's great to see you. We're having a good stream today. Bill the Dan says, I'm so happy to hear. Oh no, sorry, Aurelia. Maybe we should look up if there are any public bonfires. Yeah, totally. I'm so happy to hear, that's awesome. Makes my day hearing that. I mean, surely there's some midsummer stuff in your area. There's like 8 or 9 different events in my city, and it's the second largest here, not even Copenhagen. Yeah, there's gonna be, isn't there? There obviously is gonna be. We don't know of them yet, but I think an internet search will probably just do us good. It would be nice to get out. It's a beautiful day, actually. There's clouds, but none of them are big, thick clouds. Nothing rainy, so I think we're going to have I think it's going to be a perfect evening for some bonfire and sausages, or whatever. Maybe just snacks. Speaking of home, I should call and FaceTime home and see what they're doing. See if they're doing the usual, which is to make a big... Well, you know, we have a big bonfire ready to go in the field. I suspect... Oh, they could very well be lighting it tonight. Not seeing my pieces. Here we go. June is so interesting. That's cool. June is great, isn't it? I love June. We watched the second part fairly recently. Again. It's great. I just love it. It's such a good film. And yeah, the ornithopters are fantastic design as well. So I'm excited to build that. I know that it's mostly Technic-Lego, but that's fine. I think the mechanisms and stuff is going to be revelatory. Oh, have I missed something? Oh, what? What? No, I didn't. Did I? That makes no sense. Something's wrong. Okay. Lego stick into my fingers. Dildadane says, that's wonderful that you're on good terms. In my opinion, that's honestly how it should be, despite how rare of an occurrence that is today. Good on you guys to be able to manage it civilly. Thank you. You know, I have the utmost respect for her, and I think she has, you know, she respects me as well. She understands that this wasn't something that I took lightly, something that I literally had to do, really. And I also understand that that's, you know, that means that we can't be together anymore. You can't force these things. You know, if it's not feeling right, if it's not feeling natural anymore, then it's best to just, like a lot of parents, married couples stay together for the children, but the environment that you're bringing the children up in is not great. I think it's a mistake. There's a Norwegian expression, actually. I don't know what it is in Norwegian specifically. I know how it translates into English, and that's, you know, stop when it's good. It's best to stop when it's good, which means, you know, before it goes bad. I don't see it. Oh, it's over here. Yeah, it's over here. New start for both Maya and I, so we're here supporting each other, figuring out what the next steps in our lives should be. That's nice already, yeah. That's what we're doing. Diana Christie says, hope you all are staying cool. It's been super hot in New Jersey as of late. It's worrying. Yeah, no, it's okay here. Not too bad. Well, I really is complaining about the temperature, but honestly, it's fine. I mean, like, it's probably, what, 20 degrees? 24 most? No, not even that. 22. It can get a little stuffy in this apartment. It is a basement apartment, so I don't know. We have no aircon, of course. Thanks, Dilda Dane. Thank you. Aurelia says, I moved from Aalborg, which turned out to be a 200% rubbish place for me to live. Laura says, thank you for sharing. Separation is nothing to feel bad about. You're both giving each other the opportunity to find new happiness. It is never too late for a new start at happiness. Never. Dilda Dane says, Aalborg is no fun to be trans in. I was quite fond of the experience living there for many years. However, I can see it being a small, closed-off kind of place.
Water! Water! Water!
Thanks for the redeem. This is so good on there, Yana Christie. This is so good. I saw 2 in IMAX. Yeah, so did we. We saw it in the IMAX here. And it was peak goodness. The other day, and sorry to hear that was your experience, Aurelia. If I was there, I'd hope to have made it a better experience. Oh, thank you for the follow, Spaceman. Space Spiffman. It's very much appreciated. Yeah, I'd to make it a better experience for you living there. But I'm happy Oslo suits you guys a bit better, and obviously that you guys are happy and thriving. That matters. You know, it's been a rough start. Honestly. I've struggled, and you know, understandably so, right? But I feel like now I am starting, like really properly starting to find my feet, and I ultimately I feel like I'm getting into a healthier place. You know, mentally, emotionally, I feel optimistic about the future. Like I'm not where I want to be yet, that's for sure. But I'm sort of starting to enjoy the process of getting there again. I've made some fairly major decisions as well since I moved down here. And so far they seem to be good. They seem to have been good decisions, and they weren't easy ones, but I'm really glad that I made them. Oh my gosh, even your bi-twin had a tough time living there. That's terrible. Yeah, really, I can tell you all about the gender-affirming care stuff in Aalborg. It's awful. So, if you can live together and be good friends, then sure, stay together for the children. But if there's any notable friction there, then for the children, it would be to split. Yeah. It's the basement apartment, and the window in my bedroom is so tiny. It is a bit tiny, isn't it, yours? Yeah, so it limits how much air circulation can happen, especially if you have to have the door closed too. You need to get yourself some headphones or something, Aurelia, so you can just have the door open as well, and then listen to the stream or whatever with your headphones. I think we need to find some for you. You've got a balcony in the apartment. That sounds nice, Dilda Dane. Yeah, we need one of those. Not easy to have when you're in a basement. At least we got windows. And the windows are quite big, to be fair. They've changed the windows recently. So Aurelia says, I do miss Aarhus, to be honest. If I hadn't moved up here, I would have moved there eventually. It's a nice city in a lot of ways. It's very open-minded, and it's probably the most open-minded, larger city in Denmark. Dilda Dane agrees. I feel like Aarhus, especially the people in Aarhus, are great, but not only that, the level of care and treatment is just better. More options in terms of going to different LGBTQ bars, drag shows, just more variety, and the openness reflects in the opportunities in the city. I really like that. I mean, as far as openness goes, Oslo is pretty good too. I think probably Aurelia will, you know, back me up on this one. I'm assuming, maybe, but you know, it's been a decent experience so far, really, hasn't it? Limited for sure, but so far pretty good. starting to find interesting and like-minded people. It's been pretty good so far, right? The other day says, my friend Charlie just got married to his trans partner. They're both trans, male and female. Oh, so good. Anyway, they got a lot of support from their local priest and just from their friends and community, etc. That was one of those situations where I was like feeling a clear difference between Aarhus and Aalborg. God, and yet they've got such similar names. There's a Kristiansund, which is close to where I used to live, and there's a Kristiansand in the south of Norway. So Kristiansund is in the northwest, Kristiansand is in the southwest. And it doesn't matter what I say, people always get the wrong one. People always think that I'm from Kristiansand, not Kristiansund. Even when I write it down, and they can see the A and the U, and then there's a U there, right? But Kristiansand is a much more popular city. The other day made me happy as a Sikh dude, to be fair, making strides in the right direction. I wonder if I'm going to finish this today. It's possible. The Lego's starting to dry up, but I just wonder about the leaves, because there's a lot of leaves to still put on. And that may scupper me. It may be just a leaf stream, honestly. There may be a separate stream just for leaves. We'll see. I may have to leave the leaves. Well, basically I'm just going to carry on building Lego until dinner's ready, and then I'm going to go and I'm going to eat my dinner. Making this, it's the top of the tree. By the way, this Lego set is really interesting, says Laura. What you're currently building just looks like a random cluster of bricks. It sort of does, doesn't it? It will make more sense. We've got some offsets. See all those little, don't know what you call them, notches or whatever, coming out, the hinges. So I suspect trees are going to connect to those. Trees, branches and leaves and things are going to connect to those. This is a tree. Is this a situation where you would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for those meddling Christians? Gotten away with it. Gotten away with what? I don't know. I don't know what you're referring to. This could be an Ewok. You're right, it could be an Ewok. But it's not. It's the top of a tree. Yeah, that's right, Dilladane. The bar is often quite low in these things, isn't it? The bar's been set fairly low, and then when people manage to clear the bar, they're like, woohoo, look at us. It's like, yeah, okay. Maybe you could do even better. Don't stop believing. I do enjoy this time of year, I've got to say. Pride Week. It's Pride Week in Oslo right now. Pride Month generally. Pride often goes on for quite a while as well. It's like a whole summer of Pride. And whereas some people might complain about that, I think that their opinion can be safely dismissed on this matter. Pride's a fantastic time. Oh no, it's a time of celebration and joy, of colour and vibrancy, of human connection, of having a great excuse for a party, to be honest. It's always good to have an excuse for a party. And also it's very inclusive, so anyone who doesn't feel included in Pride, that means that you're probably homophobic, transphobic, bigot. Because yes, you're not you shouldn't feel included in Pride, because this is really not about you anymore. However, if you're not any of those things, then of course you're welcome at Pride. Okie dokie, I built the top of the tree. I am now going to attach it. Let me see if I can get a better angle. There we go. Huh. Which way round does it go? That's not super clear. Is it that? Yeah, I guess that. No. It's not that. Have I messed it up? I think I've messed it up. Oh no. Wait, hold on. I must have done. I've messed it up. I didn't realize. Oh no. I gotta take all this off. Does it matter? No, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm gonna say it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It just it doesn't matter. There we go. It's fine, it doesn't matter. I know I try and do things exactly to the instructions, but in this case, I'm just gonna go ahead and say, actually, it doesn't matter. We're on to bag 15. Ooh. There's still lots and lots of Lego to build. Hold on. What's everyone saying? But it says the Greater Aarhus area has 1.25 million people, compared to Oslo municipalities around 635. It's like half that, right? Wow, that's a lot of people. I didn't know it was so populous. Laura thought a potato. So we got people thinking it's an Ewok, it's a potato. No, it's the top of my tree. What do you think I'm making? Yeah, cool. Transbreaks. I think that constantly when I go to visit my girlfriend in India, and we go to the temple, and there's trans Sikhs, trans Hindus, trans Muslims everywhere. It's been like that since the 1600s. I just think the rest of the world is catching up. Do you remember the film? You just reminded me the other day, and you just reminded me of this ridiculously fun film that I watched the other day called Monkey Man. It was called Monkey Man. It was so funny, and just a really interesting kind of. I didn't know what was happening most of the time, honestly, but I didn't care because I was enjoying it, you know. It's so much fun. And so in Monkey Man, he takes like he takes refuge in at one point in the film. He's kind of taken in and helped out by a bunch of trans. It's like a bunch of trans women, kind of warrior priestesses or something. It's brilliant. Really, really fun film. He goes on a roaring rampage of revenge. And I love to see that. I love to see that. I'd love to see my roaring rampages of revenges. And honestly, Mumbai, which is the setting of the film, is not a setting that is often seen in films all that much. Especially not this kind of film. And especially not... especially not for a Western film, which this was. It was an international kind of Western film for a Western audience. Although I'm sure it did very well locally as well. I would hope so. What am I building? Oh, okay. Just rotating around. I'm building some more stone stuff at the bottom. It feels funny. We've just gone from the top of the tree and was starting at the bottom again. Okay. Yeah, not to say India is particularly great with its trans rights, for sure. More so, your tradition is indeed, yes, it has been an important part of Indian culture for many, many years. It's not, you can't really say in India that it's a new thing. Where's all these trans people coming from? Trans was invented in 2015 by a... No, you can't do that. It's not possible. I mean, you shouldn't really be able to do it here either, but people do try. Oh, I think it's, how do you say it in English? The stamen? The stem? The main shoot of the tree? It's the trunk. It's the trunk, and it's the top of the trunk. Is what I would say in English, probably. Storage. Lego doesn't matter, claims new Lego ambassador. She's cancelled. We regret to inform you that the new Lego ambassador is racist against Lego. No, I like Lego. Many of my friends are made out of Lego. which would be funny if it wasn't so sad and true.
Is this in the category of sad but true?
Sad but true. Many of my best friends are made out of Lego. Potato, mash 'em, boil 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Oh, hey there, Dread Pirate. How you doing? Good to see you. It's looking good, yeah? Am I like my tree? Do you like my tree house? Tree house. Just building some stuff at the bottom here. I don't know if you'll be able to see it. Yeah, maybe you can see. Yeah, you can see. Yeah, it's Hoot, isn't it? It's Dev Patel, that's right, Dev Patel. I was trying to remember his name. I actually met him once at a Mumbai roof party. He's a fun guy. A mushroom. He looks kind of cool. He looks like a cool guy. That's like the vibe I'm getting from him is he's good. Tree looking awesome. Tree's looking good. Yeah, the Devadasis, okay. They're trans women that dedicate themselves to a deity in Hinduism, specifically a goddess that's seen as a protector of those trans people and the poor and downtrodden. I know of them. Wow. So I didn't realize that it's actually based on a real thing. I just thought it might be made up for the film. The fact that it's based on an actual real tribe or whatever, real, bunch of trans women, that's incredible. That's even better. Freya says, hello. May and chat. Have been here lurking, but was in the middle of a race in Forza and had a power cut. Oh no, with me leading with 8 laps left in an endurance race. What a shame. Power cut. How annoying. Another Brexit benefit. Sharp. Hey Sharp, how you doing? Don't we have records of trans people in ancient Egypt too? We've got records of trans people throughout the entire human record of humans existing in human civilization. Yeah. Trans people have been around since humans have been around. Possibly even before, I'm not sure. I think we were first.
Was it Inanna priests like 4,500 years ago? Or was it 4,500 BC? I don't remember.
I don't know, but you know, thousands and thousands and thousands. You know, we've been around for a while, and you can find all these things in the historical records, and you know, people have been buried, and it's like, oh, this is interesting. Normally, this would indicate that they're female, but if we look at the hip bones, it's like they never do that. They never do that. They're like, oh yeah, this was female. Yeah, hijras have been a thing since ancient times in Hinduism, and they're still seen as holy in some ways, as they represent Shiva Shakti, the male and female aspect of God, uniting. Super cool. Not Iran, but yeah, they're an integral part of Hinduism. Ran away, Dilda Dane. This is super interesting stuff. You know, you have a captive audience here. Honestly, we will lap this stuff up. Because I know of it, but I wouldn't claim to know much about it. So I'm happy to defer to your expertise. Okay. Oh, that came off. That's weird. What are you doing, Lego? That's weird. That's a weird connection. Okay. Just having to concentrate a little bit on this part. It's kind of strange. Sharp says the tree house looks very impressive, by the way. There's a lot of tree, a lot of house, a lot of Lego, over 3,000 pieces. It's coming together nicely now. We're on the last leg of the Lego tree house. And we're building some weird stuff. I don't know what I'm building, to be honest, but we're building it. Yeah, that's kind of awesome, says Sharp. I love concepts of two things coming together for balance. And Monkey Man is a great movie. It was a good old movie, that. Yeah, it took us by surprise. I didn't know anything about it. I was like, so what's this? And then we read a review. Well, we didn't read a review. We checked out the Metacritic, and it had a high score. Was it Rotten Tomatoes, Metacritic, whatever?
I think it was Rotten Tomatoes.
Rotten Tomatoes, maybe. And I was like, well, that is quite a high score. So there's got to be something there. And oh boy, was there something there. Oh, these are steps. Oh, I'm making steps. Steps up. Gosh, I didn't know that. I thought there was going to be some kind of ladder thing going up. Okay. Laura says, all right, made coffee, time to start on my build for the day. It's my first alternative bricks build. It's the Mega Barbie, the movie Dream House. What? I want to see this. Laura, do you have a link to your Mega Barbie Dream House? That sounds really cool. Like, it's not Lego, right? But that's okay. If you got a link to the product, I've never heard of it, then please drop it in the chat. I'd like to see. shop says, I mean, we have acid house, funky house, witch house, someone invent tree house. This is tree house. Oh, yeah, okay, I get it. Starting to understand. She's starting to believe. Listen, I was dancing to some great music. Last night it wasn't house. It was, I don't know what it was. Had a banging beat. Very much enjoyed the vibe. It was hot, it was sweaty, and it was awesome. I do love dancing. I wouldn't claim to be very good at it, but I do enjoy it. That's the main thing. Bill Dennis says, they're a very real thing. In modern day India, they've been really active in pushing the needle in politics to get LGBTQ plus weddings accepted, for example. They're venerated by your average Hindu because they're a manifestation of the idea of Shiva Shakti, the feminine and the masculine coming together. But yeah, they're rad people that do super important social activism in India. They sound pretty rad. Oh, I did that wrong. I mean, they sound like my kind of people, both literally and figuratively. Hinduism has a lot of that. It's a beautiful tradition. Not Hindu myself, but I'm very connected to it, my girlfriend being of a Hindu family. Right, here is a link to the Barbie Dream House. It's in Mega Blocks, I assume. Okay. It's Mega Barbie, the movie replica Dream House building kit, 1,700 pieces. I don't normally... We don't normally look at non-Lego on this channel, but today I'm making an executive exception. Is that a phrase? Probably not. Except all. Yes, go away, Mattel. Look at the my Barbie Mega Dream House, everybody. Oh, well, the website's not working very well, but I hope... Oh, gosh. What are you doing, website? Designed for iPad. No. There we go. Gosh, that looks fun. That looks like a fun build. I like the palm trees. Love the slide. Love the colours, obviously. Look at this. It's amazing. So cool. Thank you for the link. That's going to be a fun time. Enjoy. I mean, obviously, I'm dead against it because it's not Lego. So, but also, that looks quite good. I should build a Lego version.
You should. That would be good. I should build a Lego version. You should build the car too.
Oh, the car, yeah. Well, it's already, actually, that exists already in Lego. But it's not possible to do an exact rebuild with the different colors because those pieces, they don't exist in the colors that you need them, which is kind of baby pink. It's a bit of a shame, and that's just the way it is. Sadly. Okay, I don't find the piece. I am not finding the piece.
Have you checked your butthole?
Check your butthole. I've not checked my butthole. actually. Do you think it could be there?
No.
Best not.
There are some loose pieces over here.
Oh, you're right.
I don't know if it's one of them.
It's not.
Okay.
It's not. But they shouldn't be loose. So I'm going to just leave this piece for now because I can't see it. Hopefully it'll turn up. I'm not hopeful though because there's not that many pieces for it to be hiding under.
Dinner is basically ready.
Oh, dinner's ready, everybody. Hold on, let me just see if I can put these steps on. I'm just going to put these steps on.
Yeah. I was about to say, but like, it's okay to wait.
Yeah, no. Yeah, cool. I am gonna just finish off this little bit. And then I'm gonna go for my winner chicken dinner. Because I'm a winner. And I eat chicken dinner. Sharp. It's interesting, a lot of ancient religions are about being in tune and in balance with the world around you, cooperating with each other and nature. It's much nicer, isn't it, than some of the more modern religions? Not gonna lie, it reminds me a lot of the sets my sisters used to have in the 90s, yeah. Storage. Treehouse, this is the music, would be that crusty early 90s period where Glastonbury nerds were discovering dance music and Deep Forest. I don't think I'd be down. It's like grunge house. I don't know. And I don't know what Deep Forest is. That sounds... I don't know what to make of it, actually. Yeah, female and male is seen as a part of creation in Hinduism. Creation happens when they are uniting. The female is typically seen as the creative force of the world, and the male is the manifestative force of the world. Okay. Both are needed and equally as important. Goddess worship is huge, and there's a branch of Hinduism, Shaktism, that solely worships Shakti, the female embodiment of God, or female force behind creation, in the forms of several different deities. That's pretty cool. It's really cool, actually. So, in a sense, Hydra's, just to circle back to that, is the epitome of when creation happens and unity is achieved, or balanced harmony. People used to venerate them, and they're still quite respected theologically today. I just wish the trans people, who are very similar to Hydra's, if not the same, all over the world, were as equally respected, and that would be a nicer world. I'd like to live in that world one day. I hope we can get there. Just as all decent people should be respected. It's time to struggle with the pieces now. I think I'm going to just leave it. I'm just going to leave it probably, yeah. Because I'm starving. It smells so good. And I got to go. But I'm going to catch up with chat and then I'll go. So the mega bricks all have incredible clutch power. So building this feels like a lot of work, a workout. Yeah, you like the idea? A Lego version with mini dolls as Barbie and Ken? That would be cool, yeah, that would be pretty cool. I'm Danish. I grew up with Lego, like heirlooms in the family. I remember my twin bro laying out the Lego in front of the stairs, so I'd wake up to Disney show and immediately step on Lego bricks. Sharp. Ideally, our religious and community leaders should be doing social as well as helping with spiritual guidance. Not a religious person myself, don't really have the brain that's capable of believing, if that makes sense. Yeah. But I do think believing and being spiritual can be beautiful. Grunge house would sound like a house with more distortion. Deep Forest was an early 90s dance act where they sampled like really old recordings of singers from the Congo and the Solomon Isles. Sweet lullaby was everywhere. I don't remember, but maybe. I don't think you need to be religious, but I'd agree with your sentiment 100% for transparency. I'm Sikh myself. But religion is just a label. I'm much more for social justice and social activism and work, especially when it comes to religious leaders. You're not preaching, and I think we all get that you're not preaching. Lois Skywalker says, same about being Danish. I grew up in Germany and I inherited Lego bricks from my uncles. I was against alternate bricks for the longest time. The Barbie house is my first and potentially last alternative set for a long time. See, like clutch power, you just mentioned it earlier. The clutch power, it is different, isn't it? And it's not as good. Generally, Lego are the best building set for a reason. And one of the reasons is just the quality and the precision manufacturing of the pieces means that every brick pretty much has the same kind of brick feel and the same kind of clutch power. And you notice, it's not necessarily something you notice when you're building Lego if you're used to it, but when you build an alternative Lego, then you really notice the difference. And you're like, right, actually this makes a lot of sense now. I'm going to go back to Lego. But some of the alternate stuff it's fun, like the Barbie Dream House. It's fun. It's nice. It's a shame Lego didn't get that license, but never mind. I'm going to go. I'm going to leave you all now. Leave you all to continue your amazing Sundays. Without my help, I'm sure you've learnt enough now to be able to do it on your own. So I feel my work is done, even though I haven't finished the treehouse. I'll almost certainly be finishing this next time. So let's raid on. You're very welcome. Yeah, I had a good time today. It's been a fun old time. Who have we got? We got Moonrose on. We got Mr. Pristine. No, we raided her last time. I think we might raid Moonrose. I think we're gonna... Let me just get this tree out of the way, because it's right in the way. This is what we got. It's huge. That was a little preview. I'm not going to give you the full version until I finish. Just to make you come back for more. I want you to come back for more. Huh? Yeah, let's unless anyone's got any other suggestions for people we want to raid. Have you got any suggestions, anyone? Anyone? Can you see anyone in your streaming list who you would like me to raid? Chances are, well, I won't follow them because I don't have a huge amount of people streaming on my list right now. If anyone wants to suggest something, just let me know. Otherwise, I'll just pick one. So, looks like we're going to be raiding Moonrose. So let me just set this up. She was here earlier. She was hanging out on our stream. It was nice to see her. She's a good supporter of the channel. Yeah, I saw Astro Canuck. And the thing is, I raid Astro Canuck pretty much every Sunday because he's often the only one on. He's the only option. And the fact that I've got a couple more options means that I should probably take them, you know. So we are going to raid on to Moonrose, who is playing a game. I don't know what, actually. We'll find out. We'll find out what game she's playing. So that's the raid setup. Oh, Astro Canuck, he's really good. Like, don't get me wrong. He's really good. But I raid him all the time. So we're going to raid Moonrose VT. She's playing a game. She's LGBTQIA. Sorry. In fact, I think she's trans. So let's give our love and support to Moonrose. I'll see you all again on Wednesday, probably. Yeah, Wednesday. And I'll finish off the treehouse. And we'll have a nice old time. But in the meantime, take care, everybody. I hope you have a fantastic week. Bye-bye.